Kenal lebih dekat dengan Unlimited Hosting, layanan hosting kualitas tinggi dengan harga terjangkau. Mulai dari 10.000 per bulan, kamu
Dengan menggunakan Google Ads,
kami dapat menggunakan kata kunci spesifik yang bisa menyasar usaha-usaha potensial yang membutuhkan pasokan daging ayam ke 6 kali lipat dan mendapatkan 2 kali lipat lebih banyak pelanggan baru setiap bulannya.
Welcome to the Songwriters Across Texas podcast. This state has a lot to offer, and music is one of its greatest exports. On this podcast, we get to know
damai cepat, gratis.
Welcome to our International Conference on Advanced and Scientific Innovations. Give it a round of applause. All right. It is our fourth ICASI 2022, with the theme is Empowering Digital Society through Integration of Multidisciplinarity Aspects. Before we start our conference, we would like to ask our partner to give a dua by Mr. Marzuki to leading our dua. Please welcome Mr. Marzuki bin Suhaib. Time and screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Hamdan hamidin, hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma ya karim, ya aziz, kami merafakkan rasa kesyukuran kepadamu kerana telah mengizinkan kami untuk berada dan menghadiri seminar ICASI 2022 pada hari ini. Ya Allah, Ya Muhaimin, Ya Azizu, Ya Jabbar, berkatilah usaha-usaha kami. Mudah-mudahan dengan usaha-usaha kami ini, anak didik kami akan menjadi pelajar yang cemerlang, terbilang pelajar yang disegani dan dihormati. Jadikanlah seminar kali ini sebagai majlis ilmu yang akan bermanfaat buat kami semua sekarang dan di masa yang akan datang. Jadikanlah ilmunya bermanfaat bagi kami, orang di sekitar kami, masyarakat dan negara. Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, Ya Rabbal Alamin. Seminar ini dilaksanakan demi memperolehi ridha-Mu. Maka berikanlah bimbingan, pengajaran dan petunjuk kepada kami untuk menjalankannya sampai selesai. Atas ridha-Mu, kami mohon bantulah kami supaya acara ini bisa lancar dan berjalan dengan baik. Jadikanlah kami semua yang hadir di sini sebagai umat yang taat, umat yang manfaat, umat yang terus mengabdikan ilmu di jalan-Mu. Jadikanlah kami orang-orang yang mendengar kebaikan, lantas bersegera melakukan kebaikan. Dan jadikanlah kami orang yang mendengar dan mengetahui keburukan, lantas bersegera meninggalkan keburukan. Ampunilah dosa kami, dosa kedua orang tua kami, dosa guru-guru kami, dan dosa para pendahulu kami. Tolong dan bantulah kami untuk menjadi penerus yang amanah, yang bisa memberikan dampak baik untuk negara kami dan jiran tetangga kami. Allahumma ya qadiyal hajat wa rafi'ad darajat. Ya Allah, kurniakanlah kepada kami kekayaan ilmu pengetahuan dan hiasilah diri kami dengan sifat lemah lembut, dan muliakanlah kami dengan ketakwaan dan indahkanlah diri kami dengan kesihatan. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina azaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa baraka wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Now we go to sing a song with national anthem, Indonesia Raya. For that, I would like to invite all the participants for those stories of mine to stand up and put your hands up to the left shoulder to sing the song together. We all the lines together. Let's sing together. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to our next welcoming speech by our head of committee, Mr. Dodi Siraga, to give a welcoming speech as the head of committee in our fourth ICASI training. Give it a round of applause for Mr. Dodi.
The director of Polytechnic Sundana, Mr. Supriyanto, has the task of organizing the fourth ICASI in 2022. The invited adorable keynote speakers are Associate Professor Engineer Dr. Muzamil bin Yusuf from University Malaysia Province Malaysia, Muhammad Jubir bin Muhammad Khalifah from Polytechnic Sultan Azlan Malaysia, Dr. Emi Erlina Master of Art from University Harapan Medan, Indonesia, Dr. Edina Ajanovic from Akademik University of Turkey, and all invited speakers. Fellows, Executive Committee of FKPT and the entire ICASI 2022. and majority of the invites, special to Dr. Ishamsa Hassan and Mr. Marjuki Sekretary and Initiator ICASI. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Thank you so much for Mr. Doris Director.
First of all, we say thank you to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala because of Allah's affection. We can meet in person, face to face, through cyberspace. Salawat and salam to Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Let me say welcome to the International Conference Advanced and Scientific Innovation ICASI with the theme Empowering Digital Society through Integration of Multidisciplinary Aspects. Attendees with respect. As we know, a digital society has 20 whose elements are connected through information and communication technology, networks so as to influence the interaction patterns that occur. Digital society are also known as network society as a human being today's era where human life is almost difficult to escape from the existence of digital technology. This is one the reason we have this conference with the theme Empowering Digital Society through Integration of Multidisciplinary Aspects. For that, let's follow carefully the event of this conference until it finishes level. Finally, any shortcomings in the holding of this conference, we apologize. Enjoy the conference, may it be useful for all of us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Horas, ahoy.
Horas, ahoy. Thank you so much for Mr. Doris Director for giving a welcome speech. So we're going to our giving welcome speech by our director, Conferencen Cendana, because our host for the ICASI 2022 is Conferencen Cendana. So please give it a round of applause to Mr. Supriyanto. Please, go.
Zoom aja, zoom out, zoom biar nggak zoom out.
Tes, dengar suara. Oke. Tes. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, penghormatan kami kepada Bapak Mesran, Mkom, Ketua Umum FKPT, beserta seluruh jajaran termasuk Dewan Pengawas dan Dewan Pakar FKPT, Forum Kerjasama Pendidikan Tinggi Indonesia, seluruh unsur Yayasan Pendidikan Cendana di Dinamika Nusantara, Bapak Nugroho, Ibu Fonglan, Ibu Ana, Ibu Weni, dan Bapak Sutarno, para keynote speaker dan invited speaker ICASI yang keempat, pimpinan dan anggota Senat Akademika, seluruh sivitas akademika Politeknik Cendana, panitia ICASI 4 yang pada kali ini dikomandani dan dipimpin oleh Pak Dodi yang barusan memberikan sambutan. Bapak, Ibu, dan seluruh peserta ICASI 4 yang tidak dapat saya sebut satu persatu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hamdalan wa syukurillah ma ba'du. Puji dan syukur kita panjatkan ke hadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala yang pada pagi hari ini atas berkah dan hidayahnya kita semua dapat berkumpul di ruangan ini, ya kan? Di Politeknik Cendana, Medan, Indonesia. Sholawat beriringan salam kita aturkan ke hadirat Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, ya kan, atas segala sesuatu sehingga beliau membawa kita dari alam kegelapan ke alam yang penuh ilmu, yang pada saatnya nanti syafaatnya kita harapkan kita semua. Bapak dan Ibu semuanya, baik yang ada di Politeknik Cendana maupun yang luring, bahwa ICASI 4 ini merupakan kelanjutan ICASI yang telah diselenggarakan sebelumnya. Hal ini menarik, ya kan, karena bagaimanapun atas inisiasi dari Pak Isam, Pak Marjuki, Pak Mistran, dan Pak Robi termasuk saya sendiri ketika itu di Malaysia menggagas satu conference yang bagaimana conference itu diselenggarakan oleh Indonesia maupun Malaysia. Alhamdulillah ini terselenggara. Tahun 2018 diselenggarakan di Medan, tahun 2019 diselenggarakan di Politeknik Utara Banda Aceh, tahun 2020 diselenggarakan di Medan kembali, tahun 2022 itu diselenggarakan di Politeknik Cendana, Medan, Indonesia. Harapan kami segala sesuatu yang kita selenggarakan pada hari ini tentunya dapat membawa kita ke alam yang lebih tinggi, alam pendidikan, alam keilmuan, dan tentunya alam akademisi. Namun, ya kan, harapan kami apa-apa yang dihasilkan hari ini tidak sebatas hanya menjadi satu dokumen keluaran dari conference. Dari sekitar 200-an peserta yang ada di ruang Zoom, termasuk nanti ada sekitar puluhan dari artikel yang sudah masuk ke kita dan nanti akan dipresentasikan oleh seluruh presenter, tentunya dapat membawa kebaikan ke dalam atau kepada masyarakat dan negara kita masing-masing. Karena setiap conference, setiap seminar yang biasanya terjadi itu hanya setelah sampai di luaran selesai. Harapan kita setelah luaran ini diterbitkan tentunya dapat memberikan kontribusi yang positif untuk keilmuan maupun masyarakat itu sendiri. Itu saja yang saya mungkin bisa sampaikan, kurang lebih mohon maaf. Terima kasih, selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We know that today we have a gorgeous speakers because they are from some countries, it's not only from Indonesia. We also have a couple of speakers from Malaysia and also Turkey. So for that, I would like to mention first to thank to all the keynote speakers like Professor Dr. Muzamil from University Malaysia, from dan Mr. Muhammad Zubir, Bin Muhammad Hanifah from Polytechnic Sultan Al-Lancha, and then Dr. Emmy Erwina from University Harapan Medan, Mr. Subianto from AP3I from Polytechnic AP3I Medan, Ms. Juliana from Polytechnic Cendana, Mr. Dr. Suginam from University Budi Dharma, Mr. Akbar Tanjung from SIM Sukma, Ms. Maya Sari from University Harapan Medan, Mr. Professor Dr. Edina Alzanovic from University Academic Turkey, and last but not least, Mr. Sriyadi from University Harapan Medan. From 10 of our panel speakers, they'll be giving a very education. So make sure that all the participants stay on us because using by our team, like empowering digital society, the integrations of multidisciplinary aspects are very useful to everyone. Well, now we're going to the first set of speakers. It will be leading by Ms. Yvonne as the moderator keynote speakers. Ms. Yvonne, please come and praise you.
Ibu ini belum iPhone.
Okay, moving again. Okay, please unmute.
Oh. Hello, good morning.
Okay, good morning.
Yeah, your voice is very clear.
Thank you all. So good morning for all the participations. So welcome to International Conference on Advanced and sorry. So good morning. Welcome to International Conference on Advanced and Scientific Innovations for the year of 2020.
Nanti kalau besar nyium-nyium.
With the theme Empowering Digital Society through integrations of multidisciplinary aspects. So my name is Yvonne. Today I'm going to introduce the speakers. Our speaker today is an associate professor which is currently a research fellow of Advanced Communication Engineering or ACE, Center of Excellence in University Malaysia Perlis. Experience as RF and microwave engineering with Telekom Malaysia's Berhad or TM company from 2006 to 2009. Performed as team leader of the Specialist Network Service or S&S department based in TM Senai Johor. Involved in preventive and corrective maintenance of ILS, NDB, DFOR, repeaters, microwave system, VHF, and UHF. He received a bachelor degree in Electrical, Electronic, and Telecommunications Engineering and the MSc degree in Electronic Telecommunications Engineering from University Technology Malaysia or UTM. In 2006 and 2010, respectively, and the PhD degree in Communication Engineering from University Malaysia Perlis or UNIMAP in 2013. Score H index of 20 or Scopus index and leading field grants as main and co-researcher under the Ministry of Higher Education's Malaysia, industrial grants and internal grants from UNIMAP worth in total $500,000 US. He is currently supervising or graduate more than 20 postgraduate students, including PhD and MSc. He has published over 240 articles in journals and proceedings, including IEEE Access, MDPI sensors, materials, IEEE antenna, and wireless propagation letter or AWPL, microwave and optical technology letter or MOTL. The International Journal on Antenna and Propagations or IGAP and Progress in Electromagnetics Research or PIER with more than 100 conference papers. His research interests include antenna designs, reconfigurable beam steering antennas, RFID, MIMO, UWB, wireless on-body communications, and RF and microwave communication systems. Besides, he has been a member of technical program committees of several IEEE conference and technical reviewer for several IEEE and other conference. Moreover, he is a member of IET or MIET, the Antenna and Propagation Society, AP or MTT or EMC, Malaysia Chapter and Executive Committee of IEEE Councils. He also has received the Chartered Engineering Certification in July 2017, Professional Engineering on September 2020, and Professional Technologies on October 2020. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us welcome Professor Insinyur Dr. Muzamil bin Yusuf.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Thank you, Miss Ebon. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. So, Assalamualaikum again to my sahabat Pak Supriyanto, Pak Misran, Pak Dodi, Pak Dian, and so many others. So, I would like to be very glad to be here in ICASI 2022. Let me share my slide first. Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, as well as with the other audience, as been mentioned before, so my name is Muzamil bin Yusuf. I'm as a research fellow in Advanced Communication Engineering, ACE, Center of Excellence, from Faculty of Electronic Engineering Technology, University Malaysia Perlis. I think for those who maybe not really recognize UNIMAP, actually we are located at the north side of Malaysia, which is very close to Thailand. Please welcome to UNIMAP. I think so many my sahabat in Medan already been there. So maybe I invited others as well. So my topic today for this ICASI 4 2022 is a compact wearable UHF RFID tag antenna based metamaterial for medical application. As you can see here downstairs, actually apart from being this under ACE, I'm also involved with IEEE RFID Council as Executive Com, as well as I'm also involved as intra-agency working committee under Malaysian Communication and Multimedia Commission, which is we do study more, even we come up with a policy regards to the RF, EMF radiations. Apart from that, I'm also involved, we got one grant under MCMC, relates to the 5G base station effects towards the community. Even it's already been completed and we already been presented to the MCMC regards to the effect. Just the effect to the community, because so many, it's not a complaint, so many complaints regards to the base station effect, but yet I think there is no problem regards to that issues, because everything is under control. Even they follow a good procedure, a good SOP from the government. Okay, a little bit about myself. This is apart from doing fundamental research, I'm also involved in applied research. I think for the past 2-3 years before, I try to work out more on applied research. That's why I do engage with companies, and I secured, I think, a few grants under industrial grants. So I think it's good to explore even these RFID things or wearables or metamaterial things. I try to bring up this one as a applied projects. Apart from that, I think we do come up with some project regards to the medical effect. As you can see, wireless, I think when we talk about wireless currently, and even when we talk about system, it must be a complete and a total solutions. That's why we do have this, for example, like wireless parts, AI parts, machine learning, as well as IoT things. Okay, my presentation outline will be, the first one is about UHF RFID. Even the second one will touch about RFID plus metamaterial. Third one is about wearable plus metamaterial. inclusive the applications. The fourth one is the measurement setup, and lastly is conclusion. Okay, what is RFID? I think when we said about RFID, there are two major components. One is the reader, another one is the tag. When we talk about the tag is conceived of an integrated circuit and antenna. So that is the RFID tag. RFID tag. It can be passive as well as active. While for the reader, the components actually, it just continuously sends radio wave of a particular frequency. Can be UHF, VHF, depends on the needs or on the requirement. So this is the component of RFID. I think it seems like if you talk about Bluetooth Low Energy as well, BLE. BLE, they just use the technology of Bluetooth, but still the components, when we talk about the reader, they call as gateway, whereby for the tag, they call the same. So when we talk about the tag, there are so many types. It can be button tag, it can be cut type, it can be, I think there are so many, even anti-metal tag as well. So when we talk about frequency just now, I did mention, so it carries, this is a frequency spectrum. As you can see, it can goes from 125 kilohertz up to the most popular, I think the most popular is 433, as well as 860 to 960 megahertz. So these are the range. These are the range that you can use for RFID. And when we talk about the evolution is started. It's not a new technology. It's been, I think, developed or ventured from 1920s. Developed especially based on sensors. The RFID sensors, radar, hybrid, or radio broadcast technology was developed shortly afterwards, which is after the radar was developed. And then you can see currently, even in 2000, there are so many improvements regards to the RFID. They enhance the process, contributes to miniaturization. Even the pricing also now becoming very, very less. Recently, I bought one RFID, active RFID reader. It cost me about 250 USD. 250 USD. I bought that one is from Alibaba. So now everything becoming cheaper and cheaper. Okay, the advantages. One, the ability to read data from moving object. So that is a very good thing. And secondly, ability to read data at distance from a few centimeter to 100 meter. So depending on the frequency. And third is the ability to read data without visual access. So it's because it's using RF. So ability to secure the tag data. And lastly, ability to update data in the tag. Even because the tag you can read and write. Okay, what is the difference? When we talk about RFID, of course, I think last time we used more on barcode. So RFID tag can send their feedback as long as in reader range. Object, and while for barcode, object and scanner should be in line of sight. And even barcode can track one object in one time. While for RFID, it can track multiple objects at the same time. So barcode you can read only. While RFID, you can read and write. So that is the beauty of the RFID system. So as I said before, it consists of two parts. One is reader, another one is the tag. Tag has so many, I mean, three types, which is the active tag, passive tag, semi-passive tag. And the frequency also, you can say low frequency, high frequency, ultra high frequency. So when we try to compare between active RFID, passive RFID, semi-passive RFID, the lifetime, you can see here, active is very limited battery because it require more, more power needed. Even for passive RFID, the lifetime is unlimited. You can, I think, the one that I involved, especially for the project that we already been installed, I think it can last more than 1 year. So about the signal intensity, the tag available is in low scale. while for passive RFID is large scale. So the battery tag also, it has battery tag, while for passive is no battery. Even the cost, when you talk about the cost, of course, the active RFID is a bit expensive, while for passive is reasonable lah. It's very reasonable. Okay, when we talk about application are varied for RFID technologies, such as smart parking lot. Even when we talk about apartments, currently I think so many apartments they're using smart parking lot. Even for internal usage also, they are using that thing. When we talk about public transit entry card, so there are so many. Even for the train, for the train they are using RFID things. Even in Malaysia, for example, the toll gate in highway, they are using touch and go, my RFID and smart tag. So my RFID is rapidly been promoting. They start to change from touch and go to my RFID. Okay, this is one of the projects that we already installed. We got internal grant from University Malaysia Police. So the concept is because we have one way in, one way out. So it's 2 lane and 2 lane. So that's why we put 4 readers. 4 readers, you can see proposed location for RFID reader. And even when we talk about the communication between the reader and the car, so the maximum it can go is 160 centimeter. 160 centimeter for this type. That's why we put 1 bumper. So for the car stick, for the RFID tag, we make it as a car sticker and we put on the window. We put on the window. You can see this is the type of the USF RFID. So it's mounting lah. It's mounting on the wall. And this is some of the what they call on the installation process, which is we are using overhead cable installation from both sides, from the in and the out, in and out. Okay, this is another things that what they call we got internal grant. This is about asset management. Asset management. When we actually the problem regards to this one actually is required by our research management center, where every time when they want to do an audit of the equipment, they have to check one by one. They have to check one by one to check the serial number and all those things. So actually by developing this one, because the advantage of the RFID, actually you can get you can read multiple tag in a time. So that's why if you go, when the equipment is there inside a room, for example, like we have 10 equipments. So you just bring this reader, at the end, everything will go inside the system. So about the dashboard, I think it's depending on the requirement. So this is all in-house built. Even we are using 3D printer to create the what they call the mold of the device. And apart from that, we are moving from the what they call from the simple one to more wearable things, because towards the end, actually we proposed this project. We got one internal grant as well. Collaborate with a company, it's a matching grant. So the idea actually to detect the movement. Last time, because we tried to propose for the COVID-19 patient, because we want to track them where they are moving. So the idea is to come up with a compact wearable tag antenna based metamaterial. So the idea here we put another additional features, which is the metamaterial. So it starts from the design, then you fabricate and measure, as well as you develop the RFID reader infrastructure, and then everything is connected to the cloud, and then you can monitor in a system. So this is the things where we impose the antenna plus metamaterial, as well as you will have your chip. The targeted frequency is 860 megahertz to 960 megahertz. So you will put on the hand. So this is the process when we have to design first, and we check when we integrate the antenna as well with the metamaterial. You can see actually the metamaterial is the one on the left and right. So one left and right. The beauty of the metamaterial, actually, they can increase the performance of the tag by increasing the gain as well. They stabilize the reflection coefficient, and it will improve the bandwidth as well. So as you do the design and everything goes well, then you start to integrate with a system. Okay, what is the problem statement? I mean, regards to the development of the RFID. Current RFID tag suffered from low gain value and big in size. So secondly, the performance of the tag will decrease when it places on the human body. And third one, to maximize the reading distance. All these actually can be improved by introducing the metamaterial. So what is metamaterial? Metamaterial is a material engineer. Actually, you can't find very specific about this metamaterial because you have to design. You have to design based on the epsilon as well as permeability, which is your mu. So you can see the electrical as well as the magnetic as well as the magnetic. So this pattern, there are so many patterns. This pattern gives a smart property to influence electromagnetic waves by blocking, absorbing, enhancing, or bending. Applied engineered properties is not possible with naturally available material. So you can see down there, they say using electromagnetic metamaterial for antenna architecture is a modern approach that is of considerable interest to designers. Actually, I got, I think, few master students as well as PhD, they work on this thing. Even we integrate with some regards to the medical things. So request, normally when we do a project, we will have research questions. For this one, normally we will ask about the technique used to decrease the size of the tag antenna, and that, as well as the technique used to mesh the impedance between tag antenna and chip. So the method used to improve the gain and performance of the antenna also is matters. As you can see, this is the metamaterial in applications on the left one, while for the middle is the more on metamaterial aperture. You can see the structure, and on the left one, on the right one is the proposed. This is some of the setup, some measurement setup. You can see that there is a microwave there on the bottom. And MTM is artificially created engineering materials to provide properties which may not be readily available in nature. Periodical arrays of sub-wavelength size resonance unit cells. So from there you see 1898, Sir Jagadish already said that conducted first microwave experiment on artificial chiral elements. Even Sir John Bryan, they first identified a particular way to make a left-handed metamaterials. Actually, this is not new, but is keep on improvising, as well as we do some enhancement by integrations. So the implementation of MTM into antenna design can be a reflector, resonator, absorber, reflector and resonator as combination, and one more is coupler. All these have been cited. You can see that is the citation based on the papers. So they are very good work there. You can read, for example, like how the MTM become an absorber. So it's been told in paper 7. It's a good paper from Neji. And in general, variable antennas are any antenna specifically developed to operate when being born. Why variable important? Actually, variable important, especially when we try to propose for military things, firefighters, where we implement on body-centric communication system. So these are some of the different types of variable antenna. Okay, variable plus metamaterial. Actually, there are so many work has been carried out. There is one from Lopez Soriano, 2017, which is Huang. Huang also is very massively focused on variable plus metamaterial. This is his paper on 2018. So its proposed open slot cavity design of this type antenna has the advantages of ease in impedance matching and tuning to desired frequency band. As the result shows, the antenna was suitable for incorporating into the healthcare application for tracking or monitoring the patients. So you can see that it's clearly mentioned it can be incorporating into the healthcare application. Okay. Okay, this is the wearable plus material, one of the design. So conducted by my master student. So you can see on the left and right is the metamaterial, where we integrate with the minder line structure. So with this combination, with this communication, you can get a better gain as well as a good bandwidth at particular desired frequency. So this is on bending analysis. You can see on the bending analysis because it's on body. So you can see there are few. R is the bending dimensions between 20 mm, 30 mm, 40 mm, 50 mm, and 60 mm. Of course, when we do a bending, I think because certain arm, when you want to put a certain arm, because every human they have different types of bending for them. So that's why we try to study on few bending analysis. It can be there is some what we call influence to the frequency operating. So this is how we develop the structure. How do we develop the structure? This one we use the what we call the silver ink. Silver ink we do in house. So you just place, you just print it, and then we take silver ink, because silver ink is the conductor, and then you lay as per the real structure. You can see on the right one, that is the chip. The chip, how we do the calibration on that thing. We want the chip to check if this chip is workable or not. Okay, comparison of MTM based UW antenna for breast cancer detection system. So there are these are the parameters that they normally discuss. They normally discuss about the size, the operating, the tunable feature, even you can see about frequency domain or time domain, imaging algorithm, substrate either is rigid or flexible. You can see on the bottom one, that is my master students proposed SNG NZRI metamaterial L-shaped slot loaded with RF vectors. That is the name of the paper. So we propose a certain size, and then we are focusing on 2.4 to 3.3 gigahertz. And then we achieve on proposing a flexible one, and this one I think we integrate because we try to integrate with the breast cancer detection. So this is how the structure look like. There is no specific structure, no specific structure, but you have to check the negativity of the epsilon as well as the mu, the permeability. Okay, this is the what they call the results. Normally we check about the permittivity, the S parameters, as well as the reflective index. So this is different compared to this one. So this is the final structure one. And then this is how we integrate between your antenna is on the top. The metamaterial is on the middle, and the last one is your ground, whereby you put your RF vector. This is we try to do a reconfigurable metamaterial on a single structure. So for this one, we are using some electronic components. We use vector loaded slots. So we also introduce the inductor as well as capacitor. Okay, this is the fabricated one. So you can see there we have a bias wire. Even we have a metamaterial on the middle. This is very important to improve the performance of the proposed design. This will be the tag. Okay, you can see This is the study based on the bending. Based on the bending. You can see on the right one, there is a flat structure. There is bending on upward as well as bending downward. So for this one, we use 4 vector tuning condition. So you see the angle consideration as well is about 15, 30 degree, 45 degree, and 60 degree, as well as 90 degree. So when we said just now, we try to integrate with the breast cancer. So we come up with a homogeneous breast phantom is look like the same as the real one. So we create that thing from the flour. Even we use some special materials to create the phantom. So you can see the blue one is the simulated one on the left, while on the right one you can see that is how the things look like lah. The analysis in the vicinity of the breast phantom. So from this one, we will check the reflection coefficient, whereby it will give, of course, it will give some effect of human tissue over performance. Okay, you can see on the dot, that one, the dot actually is the one that we put, because benign and malignant, that is you can call as the, what do you call, the tumor that is incised inside the breast. So you can see there are 4 things very important is the 4 components. One is the skin, second is about the fat, and third one is about the glandular, and then the last one is the cancer lah, which is the point. So these are the materials needed based on the reference 49 and 50. You can see a very good development has been carried out to develop the phantom as well, which is what we call as the heterogeneous. So we have distilled water, propylene, soft flour, oil, and then we have some gum lah. So even you can read from our published paper lah, downstairs. I put the reference. Okay, this is the process that has been carried out lah. So from the beginning until we set up the phantom. So this is how the things look like. So from this, we do some measurement process. The measurement of the electric constant will carry out within 2 to 4 gigahertz. The key site, we use a key site equipment, which is to check the reflection coefficient. And then we have two ports. One is the transmitter, another one is the reader. We use the network analyzer, and then everything goes to the screen. And then this is how the equipment or the simulation level they will show you based on the simulator. So MWI results based on 2 antennas in simulation. You can see it can detect something there. So for this one, we impose for figure 20, we impose 4 reader. So it's covered all the angle lah, 0, 90 degree, 180 and 270. So I think that's all from myself, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mujamil. It was a very interesting topic from Professor Mujamil. Okay, we are very close to the technologies, but yet we have a very low knowledge, very less knowledge about it. So today, I actually get a lot of information regarding the topics that Professor Mujamil have submitted. Okay, so thank you so much, Mr. Mujamil or Prof. Mujamil.
Welcome.
So, okay, so let us continue to the second speakers. Okay. So our next second speaker today is Directors of Polytechnic Sultan Azlan Shah. Okay, so without waiting, okay, let us welcome Mr. Muhammad Jubir bin Muhammad Hanifah. Hello. Is our second speaker is here, operator?
Of Higher Education Collaborative Forum, Mr. Supriyanto, the Honorable Keynote Speaker, Associate Professor in Senior Technologies, Dr. Muzamil bin Yusuf, Director of Student Development and Services Center, University Malaysia Perlis, Dr. Amy Erwina, Universitas Harapan Medan, and Ms. Edina Ajanovic, Denis University. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. First, let me thanks to the organizer of ICASI 2022 for inviting me to deliver the keynote speech in this prestigious conference. As the theme of conference today is empowering digital society through integration of multidisciplinarity aspect, applying the digital context of delivering my speech, whereby instead of being physical with you over there in Medan, I'm here in Malaysia, but the connection and engagement do not fail to stimulate the passion for sharing and learning. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to be virtually with you here this morning and a very warm welcome to today's event. It is an honor to be here with an inspiring lineup of leaders to launch a discussion on digital society. Let me tell you that my institution, Polytechnic Sultan Azlan Shah, does well in digitalizing our campus community in terms of environmental quality, social connection, education, and skill. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot deny that the digital revolution is transforming our world. How we work, how we connect, how we live has changed dramatically, and it has changed fast. Almost half of the world population is now connected to networks compared to just 4% 20 years ago. During my young age, we can see how things go viral and diffuse faster than in the past. We are always connected via our smartphones, and they have become part of our life. Based on the Organization for Economic Cooperation Development, or OECD findings, over half of 15 years old say they feel bad if they're not connected to the internet. In France, Sweden, and Portugal, it is over 80%. In Malaysia, people spend an average of 8 hours and 5 minutes on the internet, and there is half of our daily awake time. The digital revolution and access to online spaces has transformed the ways we communicate, work, and organize. It has also become critical to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. However, the digital transformation presents important challenges for workers, firms, and policymakers. Specifically, this is happening at a time when inequalities globally are increasing. The OECD reported that the average income of the richest 10% of the population is about 9 times that one of the poorest 10%. There is a risk that, if not handled carefully, digitalization in the labor market could exacerbate these inequalities. Despite the challenges we have, we must admit that the internet is now a global marketplace, a global workspace, and a global meeting place that provides a vast array of opportunity to not only learn about the world, but interact with the world. And to deal with this challenge, digital skills are a must. Without advanced skill, we cannot move forward, discovering, for example, new way to address the challenges through science and technologies. Therefore, I believe that we need to prepare citizens for the challenges we face and to increase our readiness for digital transformation. This is a time we must embrace digital culture because without basic digital skill, it is becoming increasingly difficult to participate effectively in the digital economy and society. Ladies and gentlemen, today I want to talk about digital culture, why it is important, and how to create digital culture in our organization. A digital culture is a concept that describes how technology and the internet are shaping the way that we interact as humans. It is the way that we behave, think, and communicate within society. Back then, when we want to have a meeting, we had to travel across the states or country to make one meeting possible. However, now, regardless of our location, via the availability of digital meeting platform, the meeting is just possible. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, it is a clear example of digital culture. So, why is it important? There are several reasons why our digital culture should matter, but centrally, it's because it supports digital transformation. Consequently, it is portray our organization corporate culture just as much as our business model. But why? First, digital culture break hierarchy and speed up work. It is crucial to let employees make their own judgment, and breaking down the hierarchies empower people to make quicker decisions. Second, digital culture encourages innovation, whereby it fosters a workplace that motivates employees to try new things whilst enhancing the learning of your workforce. As in Polytechnic Sultan Azlan Shah, every lecturer is required to come up with one innovation as a promotion requirement beside embracing digital culture. Finally, digital culture attracts new age talent and retain current workforce, millennials, and Gen Zs no longer want to work in 9-to-5 environment. We can see that in our students, they can't pay attention for more than 2 hours lectures in the lecture hall. They would start looking at their phone, which means that they are engaging in digital society and embracing digital culture. They want to be part of a digital culture that allows a collaborative and autonomous workplace. It also increases employee of students' engagement, allowing them to bring that voice and opinions to help create impact. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, what as leaders, managers, and head of the organization should do to create a digital culture in our organization? First, embrace transparency. It's important that everyone in the organization is aware of the impact that digital can have on revenue and productivity. Be transparent with the employees and stakeholders regarding the digitalization objective. Share the objective and project mechanism through your social media group, memos, monthly forum, and blogs, as they all offer ways for employees and to communicate with each other to facilitate transparency. Second, encourage collaboration. When employees enjoy working together, it is improved workflows. Ideas become more cohesive and progress and can be measured. There is a proverb that says, 2 heads are better than 1 head. It is no longer possible for teams to work in silos. Instead, we need to share learning and insight between departments. This will enable a productive and effective digital culture, and therefore, it is important that this type of collaboration is encouraged as well as outside team building. Third, offer digital training. The most effective way to know that our employees have all the knowledge of digital that they need is via digital training. If they do not have knowledge, then how could they embrace digital culture? Finally, aspire to inspire. Digital is the key to a world of opportunity, but many companies do not capitalize on its potential. With digital disruption here to stay, there will continue to be new entries into the market that will challenge how things are done by setting clear aspiration and in delivering on big ideas for your organization. You will encourage your workforce and inspire them to not only take risks, but to see things in a new way. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this has given everyone a better understanding of digital culture and how it impacts digital society. As for Polytechnic Sultan Azlan Shah, it is today that once again at a crossroad. However, I strongly believe that the road ahead is marked not so much by uncertainty as by genuine opportunity. Polytechnic Sultan Azlan Shah needs to harness, nurture, and enhance its capabilities if it is to move forward and succeed on a global scale in the area of digitalization. Going forward, Polytechnic Sultan Azlan Shah will require the establishment of sound science and technology policy, a comprehensive and coherent development strategy, and an objective assessment of the institution science and technology manpower. I believe that the institution has a critical role to play in embracing its digital culture if Polytechnic Sultan Azlan Shah to rise to its new challenges and emerge as a leader in digital society. I am heartened to see how this conference will facilitate discussion between experts on how to promote digital society for a sustainable future. I wish you success and fruitful discussion on the topic. With that, I end my speech and thank you very much.
Thank you for a very nice speech from Mr. Muhammad Jubir bin Muhammad Hanifa. So for the next sessions, I'm going to pass back the sessions to our MC today, Ms. Dewi. Ms. Dewi, you can have your times. Thank you so much for all the participations.
All right. I mean, Sarah, we will introduce our first keynote speaker. Ms. Sarah, how is training yours?
Yeah, hello. Thank you, Miss Devi. Is my voice audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, your voice is well.
Oh, all right. Okay, just never respond. Thank you. Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, everyone. It's such a pleasure day because today we gather all together in this international conference, and we are going to proceed to the next speaker. And let me introduce myself a little bit. I'm Alfara, and I'm from Polytechnic Cendana, and I'll be the moderator of the next speakers. Before we go further to what are the materials are going to be delivered by the speaker, let me brief the glance about our special speaker today. So our next speaker will be Assistant Professor Edina Ajanovic, PhD, and she has some biography. She is entitled PhD degree in tourism management at Agnes University School Science Institute, and also currently is being an assistant professor at tourism management department of tourism faculty at Agnes University in Antalya. And today she's going to deliver a speech for us to be learned together in this international conference, which titled Exploring New Marketing Approach 80 Smart Destinations. So we are going to learn together about in this aspect of tourism integrated with 80 smart destinations in new marketing field. So it's going to be discussions about social media, context-aware marketing, and mobile devices marketing integrated to the tourism field nowadays. So it will be such an innovative. So, ladies and gentlemen, she has been published journal articles in many publishers, as well as articles published, and as well she has already been published and write many books. I can see from her CV. And now she is currently staying at Agnes University. So ladies and gentlemen, without waiting for further ado, let us welcome together Miss Edina for another session of speech. Hi, Miss Edina. Is it probably she is unmute as well just now? Can the operator please help maybe to unmute? Mrs. Edina Ajanovic, PhD. The screen is yours.
Hello. Hello.
Me? Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, speaker or keynote speaker and participants yang telah have given me the opportunity, and thank you for ICASI 2022 because invite me. Hopefully, we are in good health and best wishes to all of us. Today, I will discuss about standardization of Indonesian informal situation. Indonesian. Language is a tool for expressing. Just a minute. I want to share screen. Sorry. Okay. Language is a tool for expressing thoughts, feelings, and wishes from one person to another. When the writer or speaker desires to express thoughts, feelings, and desires appears in the heart, it must be expressed in language. Indonesian is the official language used by all Indonesian citizens. As a unified language, it must have a clear structure using standard words so that it becomes good and correct language and easy to understand. Yeah?
Your slide is not displaying on the screen. You are still sharing the folder. Would you please?
Sorry.
You are sharing your folder, but not the slide, not the PPT slide. Yeah.
Oh my God, so how?
Try to open the file, ma'am.
Sorry. Just a minute.
Izin Bu Emi, slide-nya nggak kelihatan Bu.
Iya. So how about my PowerPoint? I don't know why. So how? Oh, just a minute. Sorry.
Oh. Or maybe can the operator help to share the slide? Do we have it?
Okay.
Not yet, ma'am.
Not yet?
It is not on the screen.
Oh. Just a minute.
Can the committee help to share? Perhaps?
Oh, yeah?
Hello?
Okay.
Ma'am, would you please just stop the sharing? The committee will help you to share your screen.
Okay.
You will share your.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, ma'am, is it shown on your display on the screen?
Thank you. Yeah.
The presentation again.
Okay. I will discuss about standardization of Indonesian formal situations. Language is is a tool for expressing a thought, feelings, and wishes from one person to another. When the writer or speaker desire to express thought, feelings, and desire, it appears in the heart. It must be expressed in language. Indonesian is the official language used by all Indonesian citizens. As unified language, it must have a clear structure using standard words so that it becomes good and correct language and easy to understand. Ladies and gentlemen, in language life, there are forms of language or varieties of language that have their own rules. For example, in written language, thesis, dissertation, scientific articles, popular, scientific, journalistic, literature. In spoken language, pronunciation, official dialogue, colloquial dialogues, the variety of language used in scientific work is the standard written variety. Standard language is the standard language used in scientific writing. There are rules that need to be fulfilled in writing, namely in accordance with the general guidelines for Indonesian spelling or Pedoman Umum Ejaan Bahasa Indonesia (PUEBI). On the website of the Ministry of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia, the characteristic of standard word are not influenced by local language, not influenced by foreign language, not a variety of spoken language, explicit use of affixes, used according to the context of the sentences, does not contain hypercorrection, does not mean pleonasm, does not contain a double meaning. Ladies and gentlemen, the problem until now, there are still many people who use the wrong standard word in Indonesian. According to Kosasi and Hermawan, a standard word is a word where the pronunciation or writing is in accordance with standardized rules. Standard words are used in formal situation, both verbally and in writing. In addition to standard writing in formal situation that need to be given attention in Indonesian language development, disregarding standard pronunciation because many errors occur, such as hypercorrection, to avoid using standard language caused by mother tongues such as Javanese, Batak, and slang. Indonesia, Badudu, also state the same thing, that Indonesian is heavily influenced by regional language or dialects. For example, Javanese, Minangkabau, Sundanese, and Batak. Besides being influenced by regional language, Indonesian is also influenced by foreign language, such as Dutch, English, Arabic, and Sanskrit. In fact, now the influence of the Korean language has also influenced the Indonesian language. Using the standard language and standard Indonesian pronunciation will provide the following functions: giving uniqueness. Standard word can be a different theater from people who use other language. Bringing authority, the standard word use can show the authority of the wearer. And then standard word can also be a benchmark for whether or not the Indonesian language is used by a person or group. And then, as a unified, the standard word use can unite groups that previously used their respective regional language. Example of standard Indonesian pronunciation mistake that are often made in formal situations are system becomes system, that's influence. Mengapa becomes mengapa, influence of the Batak language. Di mana becomes dimane, influence of Betawi language. Ditingkatkan becomes ditingkatkan, influence of Japanese. According to Erwina, Tommy, and Mayasari, errors in the use of standard Indonesian language can be detected by identify the types of errors, namely vowels, consonants, and diphthong, from the error side of the tendency of the character used due to phonemic. In conclusion, state that standard Indonesian pronunciation is pronunciation based on phonemics and based on Indonesian spelling, meaning that a word is pronounced according to standard Indonesian spelling or according to the sound value of letter in Indonesian. For example, the vowel sounds a, in English a, but in Indonesian a is referred to as a, and do not change the pronunciation as the sound e. For example, in the words or pronunciation of selamat, pronunciation of selamat, don't call it selamat. In English, selamat, congratulations. In Malaysian, tahniah. And the word ubah should be called ubah and not obah. And finally, Hopefully, Indonesian language can use standard Indonesian in written and spoken language in formal situations. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Amy. By the way, I did a mistake. This is my wrongdoing. I apologize sincerely because just now on the earlier I didn't present you well because I get a little technical error right here, miscommunication. So I call another speaker instead of Madam Amy. So let me, if you don't mind, please let me, please let me read your biography for a moment. Would you mind, Madam?
Okay, thank you. No problem.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is my wrongdoing. I truly apologize. So, our speaker just now, she is Dr. Haja Amy Erwina MA. She is she has graduated and taken her doctoral degree in linguistic school from North Sumatra University, and she has been dedicating her life and also her career and educations by serving in LLDT, some of government's institutions nowadays. Okay, then also she has been publishing many articles and also books and also publications, article journal, and also proceeding. So just now she has been delivered a topic about language, right? Standardizations in Indonesia. It based on her expertise in linguistics. And she has also awarded by some achievement by governor, as I can see on her CV. And also she has been active in government activity and also in social organizations. So that's what I can briefly introduce Madam Amy. Once again, I apologize for the mistake. And so thank you as well for the presentations. I'm sure that participants and all ladies and gentlemen today can learn something from you, Madam. Thank you for the time and also for the topic. Thank you. So I give the control back on the screen back to our MC today, Miss Dewi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. The deadlines are on. Now we're going to our invited speaker, Ms. Juliana from Polytechnic Juliana, to giving a speech. Ms. Juliana, how is you?
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you listen to my voice? Please answer in the Zoom chat. Yes.
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 Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So, a very good morning to every one of you. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Juliana and I come from Polytechnic Cendana, Medan. So before I go into my presentation today, and I believe that there is a need to break the ice before we actually get ready to listen to the rest of the speakers for sure. So just like since this conference incorporate Indonesia, Malaysia, and also Turkey, so I think I would just simply ask a question to every one of you over here. So I would expect you to answer me in the Zoom chat because I believe that maybe it is limited for you to unmute yourself. So just simply answer in the Zoom chat regarding the questions that I'm going to ask you, okay? I believe we are now in the euphoria of FIFA World Cup. And yesterday was actually the glorious day of one certain country. So I would like to ask you, who won the FIFA World Cup 2022 yesterday? So could you please type your answer there? Thank you, Madam Hayati. Okay, so if it is in English, who won the match yesterday? If it is in Bahasa Malaysia, then siapa menang perlawanan bola sepak semalam? Okay, is that correct or not? Okay. So we have Argentina over here. So what I would say over here is, thank you for the answer, Novia Ramadhani. So my questions clearly explains, so my questions over here clearly being catched by some of the audience here. So they understood what my question is and they are able to answer me in the Zoom chat. Okay, while the rest, I have no idea where do they went, okay? So why did I ask this question? Because there is something relevant to the things that I'm going to share today. So allow me to share my slide. So I hope that my slide is visible on your screen right now. Is it? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, the relevance of asking this question, like who won the match yesterday, was actually relevant to the topic that I'm going to present today. So it is about management communication. So I found this interesting to be shared. Well, I know that because each of the speakers would probably comes with different topics and idea to share. So management communications, the reason I picked this topic is probably, but it is surely because I have just done my training, and part of my training, it discussed about management communication. So I think this is still fresh on mind, and it is nice if, let's say, it won't be nice if, let's say, this thing is being kept by myself. And management communications, to all of the colleagues over here, I believe this is not something new. This is the things that which we can find all over the books and also the internet. And even this topic has become part of our lecturing material for sure. Okay. So, however, since this conference is attended by some students as well, and I would assume them as to be the future managers or future leaders. So we believe that this management communication topic would probably serve as one reference from them in the future. So they would have the idea how they are supposed to communicate in the management world. So all of these references are being taken from Chartered Management Institute. So the training that I have attended. So these are all the ideas. So allow me to others what I have learned, okay, to every one of you who are listening in front of me now. Okay. So regarding management communication, so let me introduce you to, it first comes from the model of communication. And you could see over there that this model was actually first developed by Claude Shannon and also Warren Beaver in 1963. So who is Claude Shannon and who is Warren Beaver? So Claude Shannon is actually a mathematician and also an electrical engineer, while Warren Beaver is a computer scientist. Then both of them cooperate together and they wrote the book entitled The Mathematical Theory of Communication. So into this theory, they break down the process of communication into several key steps, and which eventually being used until today when people communicate one to another. So this mathematical theory of communication is actually being written to enable the engineers from a company called Bell, okay, so Bell Telephone Company, so Ting Tong Bell Telephone Company, because they want to transmit the mechanical messages. Now, so through this process or through these key steps of communication that they have been breaking down, it enables the engineers to transmit the mechanical messages more effectively. And although it is being developed for the mechanical messages, yet the researcher found out that it is very useful to the conditions when people communicate. So it explains and it provides an understanding about the conditions that is happening when people are doing the communication. Now, so since then, this is continuously being used in the world of teaching as well as research, and for even the daily activities of people when they are doing the communication itself. So from here, I would like to show you, this is how the model of communication that is being developed by Claude Shannon and also Warren Weaver. And I believe that this is something familiar in your eyes. So allow me to explain in my own understanding so that you would be able to understand it as well, to get the better assumption, to get a better understanding, right? So it first comes with the very left figure, in which I call as the information source. So over here, people is actually having the feelings, having the ideas that they want to utter, so that they want to tell somebody else. So this is the starting point of the information source. And afterwards, it is the moment for that people. So for example, let me take myself as my personal example. So for example, I want to utter like I am hungry. So my stomach is actually singing, okay, all the time. So my brain have the informations of, okay, I would like to eat something, for example. So my idea is I'm hungry. So from my brain, it transfer these ideas to my mouth. Okay, I am hungry. Then in order to go on to the next process, which is the transmitter. Now, so I have to move what I have think in my mind into my mouth. Okay, so in order to transmit out, however, the process does not stop only at that point, because I have to choose the media, or what I call as the channel, in order to utter my feeling. So the easiest way to utter my feeling is, of course, to express into verbal. So I will just use sentence to utter it. And I select the appropriate words because I am hungry. So that's why I would just say that I am hungry. It's impossible for me to say I am full, okay? Now, so it is something opposite and also vice versa condition. So by the time that I said, okay, I am able to utter it, so the process of transmission is done. Okay, then going on, okay, I need a media to send my message. Now, so to transmit my message. So part of it, I need the channel. So the channel over here means that when I want to speak out, okay, so these things will be carried through the air. Okay, then after that, arrive at the receivers, or what we call as the listener's ears. However, in between the transmitter and also the receiver, there happens to be a noise source. So what kind of noise source means over here? Now, it can be a physical noise. What we can assume would be like we are in the environment of probably you own a dog in a house. So when you would like to say, I am hungry, then at that moment as well, your dog is barking. Okay, so we consider this as a noisy environment. Or probably next to your house, there are people building houses. Okay, so they are structuring houses. So which means there will be a lot of noise happening during the moment when you want to utter you are hungry. Then another biases that also might happen, maybe you would like to concern on your diet performance, for example. So you would start to think whether should I say I'm hungry or should I say I am full. Now, so something that which is very controversial. Now, because it comes from your interpersonal biases. Okay, and aside from that, another noises that happens in the room environment, okay, or people surround you. Then this receiver finally receive all these messages, then they have to reconstruct it. Once they have reconstructed this message, so what that next to do is, this will finally reach at the destinations, or what we call as being understood by the people, is being understood by the people that you want them to listen to. Now, so at the end, this model of communication was actually prepared for the Bell Telephone Company. At the end, this is particularly useful, literally useful for people when they do the communication. So at this point as well, so you might possibly start to think that even though we have this model of communication, okay, with this model of communication, it will simplify the way how we communicate one to another, rather than we do not have this at all. Because sometimes when we are having a simplest communication at all, it even comes up with a condition where people do not understood or probably misunderstood the things that we have explained. Okay, so it is suggested to reduce additional media to use. So for the purpose of to allow people to understand what you have been communicating with. Okay. So move on to the importance of good communication in management for sure. Okay. So in management, what is actually the definitions of management? And then why it is required and it is particularly important in order to drive on one good communications, so to the team or to the organization itself. So first of all, let's understand what is the definitions of management. Management is getting work done through others. So please take a look on the red highlights over there. So a management means that a work can only be done when others are showing their help or whether others are being instructed to do things. So these concepts helps the management. This concept forms a title called as management. Now, however, please put into your mind that you can only get work done through others if, let's say, you conduct communication. Okay. So if you don't have any communication, so how can work done in such a simple way, or probably in a short way or in a long way? So by having this in mind, the necessity of communication is of course important, especially throughout one organization. We need communication for the purpose of to set goals and objectives. Okay. Aside from that, we also need to set the performance standards. Not only that, we also would like to set expectation. We also would like to set clarity. And most importantly is, by the time when your employee has already done one good work, so how are you going to praise them? Okay, so in order to praise them, so praising your employees or providing feedback to your employees is what we call as one of the management skills that which needs to be shaped. So over here, to praise employees of their good work, so we are looking at 5 aspects that is literally important. Why these aspects would of course provide 5 aspects of importance communications that would bring one organization into a better management communication. Okay, so let's take a look onto this figure, the importance of good communication. So it begins with motivates the employees. Yeah, employs into the 7 P's of marketing mix. So the additional 3 P's that is called as physical evidence, process, and even people. So we categorize people as the employees. So if you motivate employees, that means you motivate people who works in the company. Now, part over here, employees are actually the brand. Employees are also what we call as the brand of the organization or the image of the organization. So if we have employees, by allowing them to feel that it is part of their business, and of course, it is worth the time for them to spend communicating and to feel that their opinion is being valued. So definitely, these steps will help to motivate the employees because that also will boost the company performance. Okay. Then the second aspect of, or the second importance of good communications is, of course, to coordinate business activity. Well, it is going to be a lot easier to coordinate and also control business activity. Why? It prevents, because although the policy of one business activity has been set, or a policy of one company has been set, sometimes it can go off, or it can go into the wrong direction. So communicates will, of course, help to coordinate the business activity, and then it prevents the different policy to go off from the different direction. And the third one is to make successful decision. So how many managers and also leaders find it pretty hard? They find it pretty hard to make successful decisions. Now, so part of it is because of it requires one complete accurate information for one thing. Now, sometimes we can simply make decisions, but is that a great decision, or is that a successful decision or not? Okay. Now, so during the meeting itself, sometimes we might experience that most of the meeting time is being wasted to fill with something or to fill with the issue that is not necessarily to be discussed. So therefore, the output is also not as necessary. So over here, making great decisions is actually encouraging all of the people in the company, okay, to stay focused. So to be fierce in conversation instead of to be fierce in confrontational. So for the purpose of to make great decision for the good sake of the company. And the fourth one of importance of good communication is, of course, to boost the customer and supplier relationship. Now, by having this, it will help to increase sales. Okay, so why increase sales, and also why help to boost relationship? Because at this point, good communication will help to inform customers, okay, more than everything that they need to know. So customer will feel that, all right, so this company is, of course, my best choice. Then last but not the least, from the importance of good communications is, of course, to make change. So effective communications makes change happen. And there are only 3 rules to make change happen. So what is that? Okay, communicate, communicate, communicate. So my instructor during my trainings in the CMI project, or Chartered Management Institute project, so my instructor would only emphasize on this point. So if you wish to make change, so what should you do? Okay, so only 3 rules. Communicate, repeat again, communicate. Once more repetition, communicate. Okay, people need that opportunity to talk, even though there is nothing new to say. But that is the moment when the new idea will come out, at the moment people communicate. So how to make change, ladies and gentlemen? There are only 3 rules. Communicate, communicate, and communicate. Okay. So this is going to be my last part of my presentation. So aside after sharing the model of communication, so after sharing the importance of good communications, so last but not the least, okay, I would like to share two-way communication, which is considered to be effective management communication. All right, so I believe that over here, all of the ladies and gentlemen, as well as the audiences, okay, we mostly receive like WhatsApp Messenger or probably emails from from our leaders, from our managers. Okay, and sometimes we probably don't reply their message as well. Okay, now so we can consider and also categorize this as one-way communication. So whereby managers or people would just simply fire up some emails and expecting and hoping that people understand what you have been saying or what you have been written on the emails itself. However, there is a need in two-way communication. The emphasis over here is not only to send email, but the emphasis over here is to create understanding. So by the moment you send email to someone else, so would that email provide a better understanding for them to move on to the next role or to move on to the next job? So it is particularly important to increase the essence of understanding when this two-way communication is happening. Now, aside from that, how to create a better two-way communication is, of course, through the words that you are going to use. So sometimes we speak up a lot of things, okay, however, it can actually be summarized with only one word. So that would be good if, let's say, we prepare ourselves to utter and also to choose an appropriate words for the purpose of people to understand what we have been saying. And of course, to the media is also important as the appropriate channel to be used. So would that be verbal or would that be written or would that be face-to-face? Okay, now so the appropriate channel also allows this two-way communication for certain people. So let me take the example of my subordinates. So into one condition, so I would actually have one-way communication to my subordinate. So I give her the task to do. So I expect her to finalize this within 1 day, for example. So while my expectation is actually hoping her to understand at once after I have explained. So in fact, I am mistakenly, in fact, I did a mistake whereby at the end, the result that is being done by her actually was not as I expected. So what happened was I took even longer time to communicate with her in order to get the things that I need and I want. Okay, so by having two-way communication, at least it shortens your time. And by having two-way communication, at least you get yourself being responsible to the things that you need or the result that you need. Now, so what I mean over here is one-way communication, okay, will even spend much more time for you to get something clearer, but two-way communication will express things clearly and would even provide an opportunity for you to be responsible to get the things in a way that you need or you intended to understand. So the key elements of effective communication was actually one, it is understanding. So by the time you communicate, would your receiver understand what you have explained or what you have been saying? So if yes, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. So one step ahead. So this is it. to have two-way communication. Okay, so let's get yourself into increasing the understanding. So to select the words nicely, to choose the best channel, and to be responsible till you get the message that you need. So hoping that this information would provide you much more ideas about how communications is supposed to be conducted. And to end up my presentation today, so I have prepared one video so to get you understand further about what management communications is, of course, is.
Well, I sent you the email. Have you ever been on the receiving end of this sentence? Or still, have you ever said it to somebody else? Well, I sent you the email. Have you ever been on the receiving end of this sentence? Or still, have you ever said it to somebody else? Is sending somebody the email communication? The Oxford English Dictionary defines communication as the sharing or exchanging of information and ideas. So sending the email might be sharing information, but the single act of sending an email certainly stops short of being an exchange. For your communication to be effective, the transmitted content needs to be received and understood by the receiver in the way you intended. Key element of effective communication is understanding. To help us understand the communication dynamic, we'll consider the Shannon and Weaver model of communication. Shannon, a mathematician and electronic engineer, and Weaver, a scientist, teamed up to write a mathematical theory of communication. They broke down the communication process into these key steps. The act of communication begins with the sender internally processing the information or feelings they want to share with somebody else. The sender will then encode the message, perhaps in writing or speech, and it will be sent via a channel. Channels are subject to noise. Shannon and Weaver's time, noise was literal: crackling phone lines, lost connections, and white noise. Noise can also be physically around you, like a noisy room or environment. Noise can also be intrapersonal issues. These can be personal distractions, biases, assumptions, and other misinterpretations. Once the message gets down the channel past the noise, it is decoded by the receiver. Assuming it arrives at all, the message is read or listened to, and then interpreted by the receiver. Up to this point, the communication has just been one way. Only once the recipient has confirmed their understanding of the message to the sender is the communication closed. This is the feedback loop that is so important to the original sender. It's this feedback that lets the sender know what sense the receiver made of the message. Only now can the sender assess whether the message has been received and understood in the way it was originally intended. Now start to see the problem with, well, I sent you the email. After clicking send, the originator is hoping that the message is understood rather than taking the responsibility to ensure that it is. For a manager, clearly communication is crucial. What we're saying here specifically is it's two-way communication that's crucial. Management communication is not about firing out emails or barking orders. Management is about getting work done through others. To do that, you need to be able to communicate effectively with people and receive feedback from you. We've said that the key element of effective communication is understanding. Do what you can to increase that understanding. Choose your words carefully. Choose the most appropriate channel, which is not necessarily the easiest. Above all, make it your responsibility to get the feedback you need so that you know your message is getting through.
Okay, so thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for watching the video. Okay, so who won the football match yesterday, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, Hidup Argentina. So back to you, MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Juliana, for the detailed and grounded presentation. All right, now we're going to the fourth set of speakers that we
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, good morning. Dear conference committee, dear professors, dear all participants of this great event. I am very delighted to greet you from Antalya. We are still in the dark. It's still about to sunrise in a couple of hours. I must really appreciate my great attitude and pleasure and honor to be today with you and to share some experience from both country where I come from, where I was born, and also from the topics that we are discussing in my field, which is tourism, field tourism management. So I would first like to share my screen with you. Just 1 second. Okay. I guess you're sharing my screen. Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to present you this morning the topic which is currently being discussed in the tourism field related to new marketing approaches at especially smart tourism destination. This is a topic, actually we can say a buzzword in the tourism and hospitality fields, smart. Let's say after I think 5 years ago, we are constantly talking about electronic, digital tourism, but with the introduction of smart technologies, suddenly this word became overwhelming and actually spread throughout the whole tourism literature, especially tourism and hospitality literature. And we were discussing different topics and how it can be used at the destination level, at the level of each significant and singular companies, and also what is necessary from tourist perspective to be considered as smart. And of course, we developed we are discussing currently how some current marketing approaches can be further enhanced to be able to be used for the modern times. So before I start with the actual presentation, I would just like to have a brief introduction about myself. My name is Dina Janovic, and I have a PhD degree in tourism management, which I finalized at Akdeniz University Social Science Institute here in Antalya in Turkey. And I'm also currently working as an assistant professor at the same faculty, at the tourism faculty, where I finalized my PhD degree. And I was very glad to hear previous presentation about communication, because this was also an important part of my PhD thesis about persuasive communication going on online review platforms like TripAdvisor, Holiday Check, etc. And throughout my PhD journey and afterwards, I continued researching a lot of smart tourism applications and overall how to navigate through these realms, how to discuss new ways of communication, how it affects us, how it affects users, and how it can actually help us as somebody or properties who are involved on the supply side of a tourism exchange process. So how we can better handle online reviews, how to better not only persuade, but also to enhance loyalty among our potential guests, how to make them choose our hotel again, and overall how to navigate the whole online reputation. And also, I'm actually not born Turkish. I was born in Serbia in the Balkans. And since I was in tourism since my vocational school, I had the chance to work in travel agencies, work in the hotels. And when I moved to Turkey, I also had some time in an IT industry. I was working for a company that was providing the hotel management software solutions because it's very a prominent sector here in Antalya, because we have a lot of 4- and 5-star resort hotel that need different technological solutions. And of course, currently there is a great shift from desktop-based property management systems to cloud-based one, because cloud-based systems give a lot of benefits, but there is still some specific aspect that needs to be put into account. And it's also, in a way, a part of this whole smart technology and smart technology use discussion that goes on. You have a whole list of my studies. If you just go through my regular, like to call it ResearchGate, our academician social media accounts. So if you have any interest, we can go further into discussion about further topics. Now I would like to go to the next slide and to ask you to just imagine for one moment that you are in Antalya this morning. And can we just share next slide, please? Thank you. So this is how Antalya looks like, right? The great 3S destinations, 3 sea, sun, sand, and beach destination with the wonderful Taurus Mountains surrounding the beaches. And you can also go further with the pictures to see it. And we have a lot of, besides great historical and natural heritage. And you can continue with the photos as well. Just to imagine this mornings, yes, it's December, but I guess it's in your country like that, right? The beautiful beaches and ancient cities. And imagine you're a tourist coming from some northern European country where most of the time it's cold or rainy. And imagine that you have worked 365 days a year and you're waiting for this holiday for which you kind of had, like, I don't know, 7 days, 10 days. And you have planned every day to be on the beach, just relaxing, just enjoying. But what can sometimes happen, if we can go to the next slide, we see the weather forecast and it is rainy. So unfortunately, when we market the Antalya destination, we say there is more than 300 sunny days, but unfortunately you come on that day when there is the rainy weather. So you have to change your plans, then go and research again online what is there to be seen in Antalya, what can we do. So go again into the researching process. You thought you already did that before you came to the destination, but now you have to do it again. But imagine, let's say that this tourist of ours, she has, if we can go to the next picture to just show you, if she had like what we call nowadays a context-based social networking application, which was developed especially by the destination. And you can just put that new picture now. And if you can just move forward with the slides and also all the other photos, you can continue. So just because what this application does is that this application collects a lot of different data regarding this person's location, preferences, because it's also social networking. It can connect to the social media profiles and access this person's preferences, likes, latest visited destination. And this application like that can actually generate several different itineraries for this person. And you can go further and with the slides, and I will show you some of the let's say the Antalya Museum, you will see the picture. So why did I put this picture? Because we assume actually this application, based on the preferences of this person, knows that he or she is actually a cultural tourist that likes to visit different museums where she travels, and she's also interested in archaeology, and since there is a lot of ancient cities surrounding the Antalya area, you can actually see it, they can actually see it. Can you please just continue with the presentation so that we can see also the other photos? So here you see the Antalya Museum, and in this application is actually recommending to this person that she can go and visit the current exhibition, which is just according to her preferences. Plus, based on her other social content, we know that she's a great coffee lover. And we also, after visiting the museum, we give this person a different QR code or some discount code so that she can enjoy in her favorite coffee. So we can go to the next also photo, please. And you can just, there is also another one. Of course, nothing without this specific coffee, right? And if we can continue again with another TripAdvisor logo, which is actually a recommendation system, right? So after this person actually had a wonderful time in museum, enjoyed her favorite coffee, who knows, maybe based on the different location, he or she can actually meet somebody from her country. You know how they say, oh, the world is small, we kind of didn't see each other in the country where we are, but we see each other in Antalya. So because at that time who is, well, actually the location knows, and the application knows based on the location where we are, so it can give us different recommendation. And since we are very satisfied with the visit we had, we actually shared our comments on TripAdvisor. This is actually having a tremendous positive effects on the destination because people are sharing their positive comments. They're very satisfied. So what's become, just a nightmare rainy day actually changed into a really interesting and fulfilling day. Probably if you had to plan it on your own, it will take you a lot of time and effort and a lot of motivation, and probably it wouldn't be the same. But since it's already done based on the very your own customized personal information and based on your interest, there is actually a great success in all it. Can we continue with the next slide, please? Thank you very much. So this is actually what we call the SOCOMO, social media, context-aware, and mobile devices marketing. So this actually, as the whole idea of this smart tourism destinations is being put forward actually in 2015, based actually on the collection of previously and actually still currently new approaches in marketing, because social media marketing, we're already very familiar with that. Lots of companies are investing more and more into digital marketing, searching, trying to get into the preferences of the customers in order to be able to provide them with the best possible preferences and solutions. Also, it's very important to be context aware, but collecting different types of information. So we're going to talk a little bit more in detail about how each one of these operates, especially in the tourism context. And of course, mobile devices are everywhere with us, helping us to communicate more easily and to actually share our experiences. But it's still good. We just imagine this scenario, how it would like, but for that, there needs to be certain prerequisites. So if we can go to next slide and discuss the first prerequisites. Can we just change the slide, please? Thank you. So what we are actually discussing in the future, and actually it's not only about the destinations, but it's also about the smart cities. We actually have currently this shift in how we traditionally see distribution and supply system in tourism. So as you see in the first photo, there was always this linear way of communication. We as potential tourists and consumers, we were on the demand side. We were using different intermediaries such as travel agencies, NTOs, government bodies, tour operators, who were strictly at this intermediary part, right? Connecting us to the suppliers at the destinations or to the different transportation companies, accommodation companies, etc. So there was always this, as I mentioned already, linear way of both communication, but also going from one place to another. And it was actually known with whom we interact at each time. But since we have a lot of technology going on involved in our everyday lives, we actually started discussing how it will affect our destinations. And there are actually 4 main pillars on which these destinations of the future are going to be based on. And not only destination, but think of it also as a city. Like a smart city of the future is supposed to be based on IoT, Internet of Things, consisting of a lot of devices and lots of entities collecting a lot of amount of data, sending it to the cloud, and cloud computing is the second pillar, which contributes to the third pillar, which is big data. And finally, you do need sophisticated artificial intelligence systems with good data mining techniques that will be able to process these types of data and give it to the and go back to the user as a relevant and informative product in terms of information, right? So we are actually now seeing destinations in the future based on this vision I just previously mentioned as a smart tourism ecosystem. So it's actually a whole digital system where, the same as in biological ecosystems, we have plants, animals, us humans, right? Each one of us contributing, using the resources between each other and actually allowing the whole system to function. So in the same way, it is expected that tourists will communicate once they go to a destination. They're actually entering into a different digital ecosystem where they actually constantly exchange information with tour operators, with travel agencies, with hotels, with meteorological services, with museums, destination management organizations, and even among themselves, but also between the residents, right? So this is also one vision of the future, how we can also fight overcrowding at the destination, right? How we can have better traffic, not so many crowded spaces and museums in some of the destinations, such as Barcelona. It actually happens a lot. So this is actually a vision of the future, how potential destination may look like. And currently in our field, we're actually discussing it a lot. And there is a lot of case studies going on. A lot of cities are trying to move towards at least a certain part towards this system. And can we see the next slide to see what is the second prerequisites that we have? Of course, we have to have a smart tourist for that, right? So actually, who is a smart tourist? I like to call it in parentheses. It's the person who is ready to share data with the other stakeholders, right? So if we are willing to share our personal data, preferences, our social media profile, location, expenditure data, right? And these types of tourists, or how we like to define them, they actually see all the benefits that they will potentially get, and they will get more quality service. And of course, they believe that their data will be protected accordingly. And also they employ smart technologies at every part of their experience. And for them, it's very important that these technologies can be useful, easily controllable, and enriching technologies. For instance, just imagine going into the museum, using different apps related to this museum. So you can have different combinations of virtual reality, augmented reality, storytelling. And of course, for all that helps your own smart device that you have in your hand. And also they use this technology in order to perform this dynamic real-time interaction and co-creation with other stakeholders in this system. So they want every service that occurs, actually they also want to be involved in creating this service and also interacting with it. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. And first, we have to talk a little bit about this context-based marketing, which is this contextual part of SOCOMO model. And under context, we mean any relevant information that about our user's situation that may affect its pattern of behavior. And this is called contextual information. And here from the slide, you may see different lists of these different, both external and internal contextual information. Most of the time, sensors that are already being employed in different devices that we use collect external data such as location, season, time, air pressure, light, traffic jams, emergencies, delays, etc. But there are also a whole set of internal information which we usually share through our social media, and are, but not only about social media, they're also stored in our devices. So there we have a different tasks, like whether we're looking for a job or we're supposed to attend a conference or drink a coffee with a friend. Also, what kind of coffees we like, where we like to drink it, etc. What is our currently emotional state and moods, potentially our goals, disabilities, and different topics of interest. So there are lots of other types and characteristics of information, such as objective, subjective. Some of these information we can automatically collect from the environment. For some other information, we do need specific settings from the user. And there are also some very highly dynamical information, such as traffic-related information or seasonal information like weather information. So there is also a need to process this huge amount of data and to extract the relevant information for the potential user. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. And so as marketers, which is what is our main goal, of course, to provide our potential users with the right product at the right time, at the right place. So we do have to have a comprehensive understanding of the context in which we are supposed to provide the service for our customers. And so from marketing perspective, we see it a context as all these additional facts and rules that will make our communication efficient and that will allow us to make more accountable commands and actions and to understand better the situation. And it is seen as the set of best practices designed to strengthen the value of content to potential customers at a particular point in time. And we see that in many different nowadays personalized recommendation system application, starting from YouTube, if you're a premium user, Spotify, Netflix, right? We have a lot of different nowadays recommendation systems we actually use every day, and what they're using, how they're actually functioning, and the way what we like about it is that we actually enjoy that they know how exactly, well, this is the exact song that I would like to listen now. Oh, I'm really in this mood. And like 98% of match with the other viewers, etc. So this is how actually we see how this context-based marketing works in the practice. And I don't know about you, but for me, it really does a good work. So can we further go to the next slide? Thank you very much. And of course, social media marketing. It is also definitely one of the most widely explored area of context marketing, because all of us are there, all of the companies are there, or the brands are there. And we actually have a whole set of activities, practices, and behaviors among us who participate at this conversational media. And it's actually what's good about social media is that it actually gives us a lot of internal context data. And also it is very important for us because especially from the tourist perspective and tourism related perspective, as people are prone to use it at each stage of tourism consumption phase. So what is different a little bit about tourism consumption is that it's not like a regular consumption, as when we go and we buy a certain product, let's say a t-shirt, right? We can just go to the store or scroll online, think of it, whether we like it or not, whether just we quickly assume how it will look on us and we buy it and we use it. For tourism consumption, it's a bit different. There is the whole pre-purchase stage when we actually think, go through different websites, different destinations, trying to find the perfect hotel that matches or our preferences. Finally, we decide on one, we pay for it, and then we go. Actually, the second phase of consumption is actually on-site experience, right? When we actually go to the destinations and when we actually enjoy it. And there is also the returning component when we actually have to go back to our everyday life, right? Because how we like to see traveling is actually a way to escape from everyday life, and so you have to go back to the to the issues. I think that somebody raised hands. Okay. And so we have also this recollection phase when you actually go through your memories of a good travel that you had, of that great holiday 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when you were, I don't know, a youngster, teenager, when there were no kids around, etc. So through all these stages, we're actually using the social media, right? So this is why it's actually very good for us, because we constantly share. We share our memories, we share live events while we are at destination, right? And that's why we say there is a great power of storytelling currently being explored also in the social media realms, because it allows us to create stories while we are on the move, because we're constantly mobile through our devices, and it's also a stage to perform and to influence potentially others. So that's why it's very important for us. Can we go to the next slide, please? And here we have this whole shift from internally created value inside the organization to co-created one, because there is active, creative, and social collaboration between those who use the service and those who provide the service. And this stage to engage, as we call it, social media, is actually a real-time interactive channels that allows our users not only to be only consumers of the service, but to be those who actively participate in co-creation process. And we have shift to the service dominant logic, where we actually do want from our users to also be those who create this end product. So can we go to the next slide, please? And finally, we go to the mobile devices, right? Because actually this whole thing is possible because, first of all, our smartphone, tablets, iPhones, they have become smart devices because they can process significant amount of data and very different data, such as geolocation services, reduced data roaming costs. They provide us better payment options, and they're also equipped with a lot of sensors, and they can also collect a lot of external contextual data. And they can capture both live and historical data, so data that are currently needed to be processed in real time, but also those that are stored in our memory in our phones, right? So, and these are communicated to the cloud. They contribute to the big data, and it helps us knowing and being aware where our user is and what are potentially next action that he or she is going to perform. Here I have just put some screenshot of some of the previously explored and explained technologies in the related literature about mobile TripAdvisor system used in one Italian city. And actually how we have this context-based marketing for mobile application is actually a lot of location-based applications that did a lot of different location-based marketing. So all of us who use different navigation systems while we are driving or while we are walking, we are actually being already exploring and being, and we were also using and being used by these technologies as well. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you very much. And of course, what's more important about mobile devices, not only that they're smart enough, but they're actually affecting a lot of our behavior, right? So we constantly see growth of users. They allow us a great sense of flexibility. We are able to move, especially from desktop versions of different applications and programs, softwares, etc., to the mobile ones, right? Especially when it's about social media. And so all those social networking providers prioritize mobile offerings. And of course, it definitely facilitates our information search navigation. And also it allowed to this shift of motivation of us to share our locations, because wherever our device go, we also go with it, right? Okay, thank you. Can we just, again, go to another slide? Thank you. And finally, we come to this, this conceptualization and theoretical approach to SOCOMO marketing, which is actually advanced systematic method of context marketing on smart mobile devices that integrates social media in order to empower co-creation. So in SOCOMO, these four aspects are very important: context, mobile device, social media, and co-creation, because this co-creation, this new experience that we as users also are creating is what empowers this whole process. And of course, we just went through different parts of these marketing, like context-based, social media, mobile, because these are already existing approaches, right? Social media marketing, location-based marketing, actually social location mobile marketing. But this social context mobile marketing is seen as one that addresses high volume of complex context data and goes towards productive co-creation process. So this is what's being new compared to all the other previous systems. And it actually, as it's seen from the picture, it has the potential to generate value for all stakeholders, because data are coming not only from the users as consumers, but also from the suppliers, and these data and information meet at marketplace on the benefit for both sides. Can we change the slide again, please? Thank you. And here it's also very important to grab this information flow. And so, as I already mentioned, these information come both from users and from the suppliers. And these are delivered through big data collected by a wide range of sensors at destinations, or usually how we like to call them, smart cities, right? And so this marketing is based on capturing these information coming from three different sources. First is social media, then information generated within external context surrounding the consumer, but also from mobile devices itself that storage several different information. And for that, if you remember our first pictures when there was the umbrella, the bad weather, we actually mentioned that there was the destinations mobile context-based social network application. So we have to actually nowadays, most of the destinations are working on it, most of the cities are working on it. So it would be, it is a great, of course, achievement if some of these applications can be widespread. But we call it CBSN application. So this is what constantly is being discussed. Each destination has to, and each city, each place actually has to develop this place on its own. And if we consider the ecosystem logic. Actually, not only destinations and cities, but each stakeholder should also work on providing the same technology, whether it is a hotel, agency, supermarket, I don't know, houses, right? Smart houses, right? So actually, every entity should be a part of this system. So what will be our task as future managers in this context? Well, to correctly data mine this information so that we can design a highly relevant marketing messages and that will adequately address our customers' needs and preferences, and again, make them, motivate them to engage more in this co-creating dialogue. Can we continue as well? Again, please. Thank you. Here, I just listed what are the potential advantages for suppliers and for consumers. Of course, we're not going to go into each one of it, but we mostly talked a lot about it. Actually, you can see these while I was going through my PhD journeys and throughout the researches. We're actually constantly researching these topics: how to increase loyalty, engagement, reputation, how to have more meaningful marketing, how to establish more effective communication with the customers. Customers on the other side, tourists, residents, whoever, they all want specific information, customizable for them. They also want to be a part of creating these services and information. They also want special offers and they want this extra value. Can we go to the next slide? There's not so many slides anymore, just so that I inform you. So this is how we perceive that in travel area it will look like. As you see, we have travelers on one side, having different types of internal data, having different motivations why they travel to a specific destination. Some of them use different kinds of services, transportation services. Some of them travels individually, some travel in couples, some with the children, right? Some of them are very active users and actually very, very active participants at destination. They want to experience more of the local community and their culture and, of course, natural heritage. But the others are maybe not so active. So we can actually, with this kind of approach, we can capture all of these different aspects and, of course, benefit from different kinds of connected mobile devices. Not only, actually, we should not only see them as those like mobile smartphones, iPhones, but also cars, glasses, right? So anything that can sensor data and that can collect them. And also, again, we are expecting on suppliers and travel industry side to also benefit from it. Can we change the slide? Please. I see that there are also already hands raised. So if you can keep your hands, I will try to explain the questions, actually to answer your questions and make further explanations just shortly. Of course, it all sounds good in theory, but in practice, we do have a lot of challenges, obstacles, and fears. I also have personally my fears about it. So this is one of the reasons why I'm more interested in researching it. And we were actually discussing these privacy issues and privacy concerns since the time when we actually started using technology in our everyday lives. So it's from the late 90s, we already discussed that there are certain problems, not only with the smart technologies, but any kind of technologies which we use, because we don't know what we will do with the extensive collection of identifiable data. There is also a problem of both internal and external unauthorized use of our secondary data, also improper access by those individuals who are not authorized to do that, or potential deliberate or accidental errors in data managing. And when we move it to the tourism paradigm, we actually also have potential fears of stalking, hacking the systems, etc. So there are lots of these different challenges that we have to face. But after all, this still personally, I don't think it's a problematic idea, and I think that there is potentially. Can we just? Okay, you're here. Can you just go one slide back, please? I guess it's either a time for me to finish. Can we just stand on this revolution in tourism marketing slides? Because due to all these fears and challenges we have, I do put this question mark. Is it really the marketing of the future? Do we use some different names for it? Yes, sometimes. Sometimes we call it real-time marketing, nowness marketing. A lot of people are exploring. Maybe it's the same marketing as we have nowadays, but still this whole vision of collecting context-based relevant data, use the mobile devices that we have, and also benefit from all our previous data that we collected on our social media channels, and also involving us as potential users into creation process of the value throughout the whole travel experience is what's seen to be a future, let's say. Thank you very much for listening to me, for your time. Sorry, I hope I didn't talk too much. I tried to be as short as possible. And I think there we have some questions raised. Are you going to ask me, or are you going to write it? Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you for our great speaker today, Madam Edina. I'm sure that everyone learned a lot of your sharing today. It's such an innovations, even though it is specifically for tourism, but the main idea is just like what convenience nowadays can serve to people, right? So it can be a glance of resume what I can catch from your presentations just now. Perhaps what I can get is kind of platforms to meet the customer to the supplier, right? So
Definitely.
we'll have a better travel experience before we go on and to decide what kind of destinations you want to get, which kind of route you want to go. Then all things will be just covered by the platform. That's it, right?
Yes, yes. Not only before we go, but while we are at the destination, what happens afterwards. You know how we like to call ourselves in tourism when we especially work these topics? We are a playground. So our field is a really good context to experience with a lot of these and experiment with a lot of these technologies. Tourists are especially because we go to different destinations where we actually don't know anything. So we do, always ask TripAdvisor where to eat, what to go. We look at the reviews. We go to different platforms, see who is located right at the top. We are also very interested in tourism in this peer-to-peer integration. So it's not only about, companies anymore, but, we have different. So it's that's why actually
the communication is direct to the PIC, the one we need to get the information of our destination travel, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like PR experience. Now before we go to the place we decide to go, then we can see a glance. Oh, this should be that place is can be like this food can be like this. So kind of real experience.
Yes. Hopefully it will be like that, but it's on us actually to work on it a lot, because each destination is, of course, specific on its own. Your country has some marvelous heritage. There is a marvelous experience we have. And it also has to be also customizable, personalized according to each one of us. So it's very, very important to use technology to help us. Of course, there are a lot of challenges and fears, like what are we going to do in this if technology is going to do all the recommendation? Where are the people in it? So we are also there to be the ones who will navigate those technologies as well.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You really do summarize it greatly. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Now are we open for questions and answer sessions committee? There are two audience audiences who are raising their hands. Can I give them some time to give their questions? May I? Do we have so much time? Okay, so it is just a yes. All right. So I will have Miss Dede Amanda. Well, do you have any questions? Maybe or maybe response or maybe feedback or maybe kind of thoughts about the presentation just now? Miss Dede Amanda or Miss Nurlia, please. Or maybe some of you, if you have any thoughts, feedback or response or questions, you can drop to the room chat. So Madam Edina will help shortly. Anyone? Okay, I guess it is just, okay, I guess it is just misclick the raising hands, madam. Okay, so this is might be the end of the sessions of the presentations, but somehow if any one of you audiences right here, ladies and gentlemen, who is interested to learn more or maybe want to share, yeah? Oh yeah, there is a response from Dr. Hayati, madam. I have been to Turkey twice. I still want to go again. I have never been at Turkey, but I wish to go there someday.
You
So
you have me here to welcome you, so you're all welcome to come.
Sure. Hopefully one day, okay?
Yes,
All right.
definitely. Thank you very much for your time and your attention. Have a great conference. You did a great job in organizing it, and hopefully the outcomes will be even better, and that you will continue with this in the future.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Edina. We hope that this platform can well run one day, okay, so we all can experience what your goal, what your team, what the goal you and your team has in at the first place. Thank you. Then this is the end of our sessions of this speech. Then we are. I am giving back the control to our MC and host today. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Alsera. Thank you so much, Ms. Alsera, for leading our sessions by Dr. Edina. Now we're going to the next invited speakers, Mr. Dr. Sujinam from University Budi Dharma. Mr. Sujinam from University Budi Dharma.
Good morning. Yep. I'm here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Moderators. For me now. Hello.
Okay,
Okay,
Miss.
lanjut,
Audible to be
lanjut.
seen, Miss.
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity for me. My name is Suginam, and I am Tulen Wanita from Jambi. I'm not Bapa, I'm not sure. Okay, my name is Suginam. I come from the Universitas Budi Dharma Medan. Today I want to talk about economy Syariah digital and title Digitalization of the Islamic Economy as a Strengthening of Islamic Finance. I want to share my screen. Wait. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, digitalization of the Islamic economy as a strengthening of Islamic finance. Next slide, please. Okay. The first, let's try to get to know what the digital economy. Digital economic is a new term in the world of economic and technology. There's current three no exact agreed definition and understanding on digital economy. And according to the report from the Committee for the Acceleration of Provision of Property Infrastructure or key PPIP 2018 digital economic is one that includes economic activities that use internet networks and platform as infrastructure and is not to be separated from the public. And I can see the slide next. Okay. Yeah. Let's take a look at the form of digital economic development in Indonesia, which consists of this taken from source from the Kementerian BPN, Bappenas, such as number one, financial technology. For example, Kita Bisa, Kartuku, and number two, e-commerce. The example Bukalapak, Blibli, Belanja, and others. And number three, on-demand service, example Gojek, Grab, and others. And number four, digital wellness service, example Halo Dokter. And number four, Internet of Things, IoT. And the economic scope of digital Syariah, which is projected to play a role in the Syariah economy industry in Indonesia, include augmented reality technology, financial technology or fintechs, Internet of Things or IoT, big data, e-commerce, artificial intelligence, system integration, and cloud facilities. Jadi pada dasarnya di Indonesia itu ekonomi syariah itu sudah diterapkan, antara lainnya itu dengan adanya fintech. Nah, itu adalah salah satu bentuk contoh yang sudah diterapkan di dalam perekonomian ekonomi syariah digital yang ada di Indonesia. Oke, next slide please. And this is a strengthening of the digital economy based on the Islamic Indonesia Islamic Economy Master Plan 2018 to 2024. Number one, global condition and national digital economy. Number two, challenge and opportunities. And number three, support of the halal industry. And number four, special strategy for digital economy development. And number five, quick win digital economy development. And next slide. Okay. Strengthening the digital Syariah economy can also be seen from the number of Muslim communities. So Muslim are the world's strategic consumers. The transaction value is 1,522 trillion rupiah in 2024 and is projected to grow 70% to 4,018 rupiah trillion by 2020. So jadi pada dasarnya Muslim yang ada di Indonesia yang mayoritas terdiri adalah dari Muslim itu merupakan konsumen yang sangat strategis dalam rangka untuk pengembangan digital ekonomi syariah. Jadi pada tahun 2014 itu transaksi value yang bisa dicapai kurang lebih berkisar 1,5 triliun dan kemudian pada tahun 2020 itu berkisar pada angka 4.016 triliun rupiah. Nah, ini merupakan angka yang cukup luar biasa apabila kita lihat perbandingannya ketika munculnya ekonomi syariah ini di awal pertama sekali. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. What is the vision of Islamic economies? Ini merupakan hal yang harus dipahami di awal terkait dengan konsep ataupun vision of Islamic economies. Number one itu adalah independency. What's the meaning is independency? As can be seen from the size potential, Indonesia is able to move its economic with its own strength and power. especially with the abundance of natural resource. And in the context of halal industry, independent economy is an economy that can be driven by local potential and resource, especially those that have local expertise that other countries don't have. This definition can so mean that the independent halal industry business activities are capable of overcoming value chains problem and can progress with their own capabilities. And number two about prosperity. What the meaning is prosperity? Prosperity is the main purpose of national economic order. A purpose economic means being able to prosper the people and reducing economic inequalities. Needs in the context spiritual and physical needs starting from clothes, food, and shelter. Generally, prosperity means content, trust, and care for one another. Prosperity demand that all resource be to realize maqasid syariah by fulfilling human life is need, especially their basic need, primer, such as clothing, food, education, and healthy. And number two, civilized. What the meaning civilized? In theory, the civil society economy is manifestation of the value of the society value into economic life with continuous share value. Economic civil society is a feature of Islamic economy and one of the purpose of Islamic economy. The downfall of conventional economy is due to the absence of capable, give society and drive the economic value in corresponding to the changing time and another principle. What is meant by civilized society is a society that stages of civilization and can change by building, living, and interpreting according to Islamic value. Next slide. I won't give to about maqasid syariah sebagai konsep di dalam perekonomian Islam. As a basic in Islamic economic, it's necessary to know some of the concept of maqasid syariah. What is meaning maqasid syariah? This concept must put forward by a scholar named As-Satibi. As-Satibi. The concept is taken from one the rule with say. Jadi artinya adalah konsep maqasid syariah ini sebagai indeed syariah aim to release the benefit of the world on the hereafter. Jadi artinya adalah maqasid syariah ini adalah sebagai pembungkus kemaslahatan dunia dan akhirat. And I want to say about maqasid syariah di dalam melakukan muamalah or ekonomi digital syariah itu harus berdasarkan dengan adab. Now, kita coba lihat bahwasannya maqasid syariah itu terdiri dari 5 hifzu. Number 1, hifzu din. What is hifzu din? Hifzu din adalah proteksi terkait dengan agama. Jadi kita pahami yang harus dijaga pertama sekali itu untuk menerapkan konsep maqasid syariah itu adalah pada agama. Kemudian yang kedua adalah number 2, hifzu akal. What the hifzu akal itu terkait dengan preservation of intellect, terkait dengan akal pikiran kita. Bagaimana maqasid ini bisa diterapkan di dalam bermuamalah atau diterapkan di dalam ekonomi digital syariah. Dan number 3 adalah hifzu nafs. Apa itu hifzu nafs? That is preservation of life. terkait dengan nafsu, akal, nafsu dan jiwa. Nah, apapun itu ceritanya semuanya harus dikondisikan dengan harus menguasai nafsu. Nah, itu salah satu bentuk konsep yang harus diterapkan di dalam ekonomi syariah. Next, hifzu mal, preservation at worthy, yaitu terkait dengan bagaimana menjaga harta. Ya, harta di dalam Islam itu harus dijaga, yang nantinya akan ditujukan kepada hifzu, yang terakhir adalah hifzu nas, yaitu terkait dengan keturunan. Oke, next slide, please. Nah, ini ada terkait dengan bagaimana peran serta kita untuk menjaga di dalam pengembangan ekonomi syariah. Quick win digital economy development. Number 1, developing online marketplace and halal payment system. Nah, currently digital transaction through commerce or online marketplace in a lifestyle and necessity for the community. However, the marketplace is limited, particularly those specializing in halal or Islamic goods and service where the transaction are syariah compliant. Jadi adanya kepatuhan syariah. Kemudian in addition, conventional marketplace also transaction really pay special attention to halal status or product, including and suitability of the transaction and their business model. Therefore, it's very important to develop a halal marketplace for halal product with Sharia compliant payment system. And this can be done by establishing a halal marketplace that sell halal product and use payment transaction and system that are Sharia compliant, or establishing a halal marketplace through collaboration with the conventional marketplace. And consumer to know the halal status of production and conventional marketplace, to have payment system in according with Sharia, such as Islamic money, Islamic GoPay, and OVO Syariah, and other leveraging feature. Jadi saat ini pada dasarnya untuk membangun kepercayaan daripada konsumen, nah itu pada dasarnya bagaimana caranya agar membangun marketplace itu secara halal. Nah, halal dalam artian adalah marketplace yang secara spesifik dapat menjual produk yang halal serta menggunakan transaksi dengan sistem pembayaran yang halal sesuai dengan sistem syariah. And number 2, providing an information center for digital business model and syariah compliant guidelines and that can be set by business people online. Guidelines that can be by business people online in order to grow the Islamic industry. Guidelines is needed to determine standard for halal and business product and Sharia compliant financing models. With this digital business guide, it is expected that business can products that are in accordance with Islamic value. And Sharia compliant will later discuss the qualification of digital product, company characteristic, and business funding. The compilation of business model and Sharia compliant guidelines for the digital economy industry can be facilitated by the Ministry of Religion through the Halal Product Grantee Agency by MUI, Majelis Ulama Indonesia. And jadi artinya dalam kualifikasi produk digital ini diharapkan mampu memenuhi karakteristik dari perusahaan yang hingga mulai dari pendanaan usaha yang sesuai, kemudian sampai dari produk dihasilkan juga harus sesuai dengan basis syariah di dalam Islam. Jadi biasanya panduan usaha digital, panduan kepatuhan syariah ini akan memotivasi bagi para pelaku usaha untuk menghasilkan produk yang sesuai dengan nilai-nilai syariah compliance. And number two, increasing digital and halal value chain literacy for digital Islamic economic business through exhibition, competition, and forum in potential areas. The development the halal industry through digital technology, the relevant people ought to be digital literacy, especially when they are using fintech and an alternative source of financing and e-commerce as a place to expand their market. This export to improve digital literacy can be done in collaboration with digital literacy program by the Ministry of Communication and Information. As from a further support for the development of the Islamic digital Islamic industry player can be provided with business mentoring, coaching, and incubation facilities. Jadi di dalam pengembangan industri halal ini, salah satu yang bisa diterapkan adalah bagaimana caranya pengembangan usaha digital Islam ini, para pelakunya dapat diberikan facility dalam bentuk bisnis mentoring, dalam bentuk coaching, dan dalam bentuk inkubasi bisnis. Jadi itu merupakan salah satu solution bagi pengembangan digital economy development. And slide next, please. Digital economic support from the halal industry itu terdiri dari halal food and agriculture, halal media and creation, halal prama and cosmetic, fashion and halal travel, and Islamic finance. Jadi ini semuanya dikemas dalam bentuk halal industri dan ini diambil berdasarkan dari market plan yang ada di ekonomi syariah. Nah, tujuannya adalah untuk mencapai GDP. Jadi that's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention. May you be blessed. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Healthy greeting for all. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you so much, Miss. Thank you so much for the presentation from Miss Dr. Sutinam from University Budi Dharma. Now we're going to the next invited speakers, Mr. Dr. Akbar Tanjung from Tim Sukma. Mr. Akbar Tanjung from Tim Sukma, come and screen is yours.
Okay, thank you for operator. First of all, good afternoon, everyone, and dear Honorable to Mr. Dodi Siregar MCom, Head of a Committee, and dear Honorable to Director of Cendana Polytechnic, Mr. Supriyanto, and let me share my slide. Okay, can you see my slide, Miss? Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes,
My
sir.
voice?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The slide also can be seen, sir.
Okay. Okay. Wait a moment. I will do present. Okay. Let me start with the introduce myself. My name is Ahmad Albar Tanjung. I'm from Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Manajemen Sukma College, and at this moment I will do a presentation about the role of the digital economy on economic growth in Southeast Asia. So why we must talking about the role of the digital economic on economic growth, as said by the previous speaker, that digital economic is very important to on economic growth. As we know, COVID-19 appears the first in China, and after that spread almost all country in world and make the negative effect like sector, education sector and health sector. As we know, when the COVID-19 in Indonesia, it make growth, economic growth drop until negative. So, beside that negative effect, COVID-19 also have a positive effect. With the COVID-19, allowed business to experiment and learn in real time, and forced many companies to transfer employees to remote work. As we know, with work from home, and we can remote work, of course, with the technology solution, where is many company development IT infrastructure, security system, and others. In addition, we can say coronavirus stimulus for accelerate digitalization include in economy with the digital process. So why we must talking about the digital economy? Digital economy is one of the latest intensively developing area of economy. So digital economic is considered as a driven of economic capable of causing significant economic shift and affecting entire of business, labor market, and people lifestyle. So we can say digitalization process represent as a significant endogenous driver of economic growth. So what the meaning of digital economy? Based on OECD, they refer to the market that use information and communication technology to trade in information and digital goods, or the provide service over the internet. And based on the development of information society in Russian Federation, define the digital technology as economic activity wherein key factor of production are digital. So let me show you at this screen about the economic progress, economic growth progress in Southeast Asia from 2019 until 2022. We can see this screen. Vietnam have a small impact from COVID-19, and largest is Filipina until minus 9.5 in 2020, but 2021 all the country have a positive economic growth. So how about share of digital economy to GDP in Southeast Asia? If you look at the screen, you will see on the left, you can see Indonesia have a positive share of digital economy to GDP, and increasing from 2019 until 2021. Same like Malaysia country have to trend positive share of digital economy to GDP. Same with Vietnam. Vietnam is a faster market in Southeast Asia. In the below, we can see Thailand country share of digital economy GDP in Southeast Asia have a positive trend from 2019 until 2021. Same with Singapore. At the Singapore, we can see at the 2020 share of digital economy have a drop, and when the 2021 have a positive impact. The last Filipina country have a share of digital economy to GDP trend, positive trend from 1.86 until to 4.22 in 21. That means we can say that digital economy have positive contribute to GDP in Southeast Asia. So what the sector in digital economy have majority contribute to GDP. In the screen we can see e-commerce sector have the first and majority contribute to digital economy and to make share in GDP. After that, food delivery sector, and then transport sector, online travel sector, online media sector, education technology, gaming, financial technology, as we say by the previous speakers, and health tech. If we see the digital economy by sector, we can see in Indonesia digital economy at the left screen, progress e-commerce have a trend positive from 2019 until 2022, and following by the transport and food and online travel and online media. In this screen we can see online travel have negative decline when the 2020 because the COVID-19 impact. As we know, with the restriction by the government, many people cannot go to somewhere and must stay in home. Same with Indonesia. In right side you can see Malaysia digital economy. E-commerce still the number one to contribute in digital economy. The next, how about Vietnam digital economy? In the screen you can see e-commerce still the number one, and the next contribute by online travel. So in Vietnam, online travel always grow up in economy. In the right picture, you can see Thailand's digital economy. E-commerce still the number one, have contribute to digital economy, and the next online travel, transport and food, and online media sector. This is the Singapore digital economy in left side in our screen. We can see same with the previous country. E-commerce have the majority contribute to digital economy, and the next is online travel, transport, food, and online media. The last is Filipina digital economy. Have we can see e-commerce have the majority contribute to digital economy. This is the literature review, and I try to make regulation with variable GDP, proxy to growth, and data from e-commerce, online travel, and transportation, and food, using the system GMM method estimation, using the dynamic data panel from 2019 until 2022. We can see the result that the e-commerce have positive and significant impact to the growth. The other variable like transport and food and online travel have positive and negative, but not significant to the growth in Southeast area. By the result, this result, we can encourage e-commerce in digital economy to contribute in GDP, special in Indonesia. So what the challenge? The first, cyber security, as the previous speaker say, the security is very important because many people will hack the bank account by the someone is not responsible, and then in the Indonesia, especially limited access to internet and to online payment system. We can see in the daily activity, if we order someone buy the clothes, shoes, or anything in e-commerce, half of the online buyers pay with cash on delivery. Why that? Because they limited access to bank account. So the next challenge is high logistic cost. As we know, we have a different cost logistic between like Jakarta and outside Java island, like Medan or Kalimantan maybe. The next, the competition is getting complicated. For example, fluid or product from China, Singapore, as well as Japan. So with the digital economy, all the goods and service from the outside, we can enter in Indonesia. So this is very important to restriction to the micro, small, medium enterprise. Uneven availability of internet access. As we know, we have disparitas, most big disparitas from city and village. The next challenge, there are no regulation that support to the protection of the consumer and digital economic actors who conducts online transaction. So what the conclusion? Vietnam is the fastest growing market in C due to the rapidly growing commerce sector. The digital economies contribution to economic growth in Southeast Asia is increasing. The sector that had been heavily affected by the COVID-19 is online travel, so by the U course, but now have done recovery. E-commerce is a major sector in the digital economy that contribute to the formation of GDP in C. A recommendation: it is crucial for the government to establish the high-level internet security system to safeguard digital economy, transaction, and investment. Expanding education about financial literacy. It is important to the people to open the bank account so they can have access to online payment, reduce the logistic cost gap, providing internet facilities for rural area to so that the gap in the digital economy between village and cities is reduced, encourage micro, small, medium enterprise to use e-commerce in marketing their product, especially in Indonesia, make rule regarding the right of consumer and other digital economic actor in conducting online transaction. I think this is my presentation. Thank you, and I need to offer to chairman. Thank you. Thank you to me operator, and thank you to Miss
Thank you so
Sarah.
much, sir, for the presentations. All right, thank you so much for Mr. Ahmad Albar from STEM Sukma. Now we're going to the next invited speakers from Polytechnic LP3I Medan. Please welcome Mr. Supriyanto to giving a speech from Polytechnic LP3I Medan. Time and screen is yours, Mr. Supriyanto.
Baik, terima kasih. Banyak muncul ke situ, banyak munculkan situ aja. Buat 10 menit. Atas waktunya. Itu pengorbanan saya, dan terima kasih kepada Medan, Pak Misran, Pak Dodi, Pak Di, dan semua atas kesempatannya, atas undangannya, sehingga diberikan kesempatan untuk menjadi invited speaker pada tahun 2020. Yang berjudul ada lembaga keuangan. Udah. Nah, kenapa menjadi penting sebuah merek bagi sebuah perusahaan? Analoginya perusahaan rokok. Kira-kira kalau menjadi suatu pertanyaan, apakah perusahaan rokok, gudang garam, Sampurna, dan yang sejenisnya itu perlu melakukan sebuah iklan atau promosi atau yang sejenisnya? Nah, secara sederhana saya katakan tidak. Kenapa demikian? Karena bagi perusahaan-perusahaan ini konsumen. Namun demikian, yang menjadi menarik di sini adalah sekitar antara 20 sampai dengan 35% biaya yang dikeluarkan oleh perusahaan-perusahaan tadi digunakan untuk promosi dan sejenisnya. Nah, ini menjadi menarik. Kenapa? Bagi satu perusahaan yang sudah terbentuk konsumennya tetap melakukan apa yang namanya promosi. Nah, ini ditujukan untuk yang namanya brand value. Karena perusahaan tetap menginginkan bahwa mereka tetap memiliki persepsi yang baik terhadap perusahaan-perusahaan ini. Nah, inilah pentingnya brand value. Nah, next. Nah, apa pentingnya bagi satu perusahaan atau lembaga keuangan tentang brand value? Karena brand value bagi lembaga keuangan adalah salah satu kunci sukses, ya kan? Bagaimana perusahaan-perusahaan setelah mengalami situasi pada masa pandemi COVID, ya kan, dapat melakukan suatu langkah-langkah manajerial yang efektif untuk membentuk satu konsumen yang loyal atau loyalty customer. Ini menjadi penting juga, terutama bagi perusahaan-perusahaan atau lembaga keuangan. Banyak sekali hal-hal yang mesti dicermati dan diwaspadai di dalam praktek-praktek keuangan, apalagi setelah pandemi COVID, ya kan? Ketika satu lembaga keuangan beroperasional, ya kan, secara langsung kemudian secara digital. Nah, ketika pandemi COVID muncul perbankan-perbankan yang itu buka secara digital, atau memang bank-bank konvensional yang beroperasional secara konvensional kemudian membuka satu cabang yang secara virtual atau satu cabang yang brandless. Ini menjadi penting juga bagi lembaga keuangan untuk mengkonvert ketika sebuah transaksi tidak dapat dilakukan secara langsung face to face, kemudian dilakukan secara online. Hal-hal yang perlu diwaspadai terhadap situasi ketika perbankan ini atau lembaga keuangan ini, ya kan, mengalami kondisi-kondisi atau hal-hal yang perlu diwaspadai terhadap praktek-praktek yang mungkin tidak baik internal lembaga keuangan atau mungkin di eksternal, terutama di konsumen. Yang pertama adalah praktek atau satu kegiatan penjualan atau pemasaran dari perbankan yang memang itu tidak sesuai dengan produk-produk perbankan. Sebagai contoh, jika ada satu pemasaran atau produk yang ditawarkan kepada konsumen di Indonesia, ya kan, untuk lembaga keuangan, terutama perbankan, yang diakui pemerintah itu hanya 3 produk. Yang pertama, dia deposito, kemudian giro, dan tabungan. Nah, di luar itu tidak diizinkan. Nah, apabila ini terjadi, terhadap permasalahan terhadap lembaga keuangan, maka dana nasabah tidak menjadi tanggung jawab pemerintah melalui lembaga penjaminan simpanan yang ada di Indonesia. Artinya produk itu memang produk yang memang resmi dan ditawarkan oleh bank, dan itu menjadi bagian dari aturan dari Bank Indonesia. Video sana kan? Kamera. Kamera itu kok. Nah ini, itu terhadap produk. Yang nomor 2, adanya ketidaktransparansi atau satu lembaga keuangan yang berubah secara tidak transparansi. Ini pun menjadi satu persoalan bagi kita semua, sehingga untuk hal yang demikian ini perlu dihindari, ya kan? Nah, yang berikutnya hal-hal yang perlu diwaspadai adalah ketidakpedulian atau mungkin ini dari eksternal lembaga keuangan, ketidakpedulian atau bahasa lainnya itu adalah konsumen perbankan atau nasabah yang tidak kredibel. Ini menjadi satu persoalan perbankan. Nasabah bagi bank itu ada 2, ya kan? Nasabah kredit dan kemudian nasabah simpanan atau lending dan funding. Ketika dia nasabah kredit, ya kan, atau satu nasabah yang memerlukan pembiayaan dari perbankan, kemudian melakukan praktek-praktek tidak baik. Ini bisa menjadi satu persoalan bagi perbankan. Yang kita pahami di lembaga keuangan adalah satu aktivitas mengumpulkan dana masyarakat, kemudian menyalurkan dalam bentuk kredit. Nah, ketika mengumpulkan dana masyarakat, aktivitasnya itu adalah mendorong masyarakat menempatkan uangnya ke 3 produk perbankan tadi, deposito, biro, dan tabungan. Nah, itu seluruhnya jangkanya jangka pendek. Kemudian disalurkan dalam bentuk kredit yang jangka waktunya itu jangka waktu setidaknya itu 1 tahun. Kemudian ada jangka menengah yang 1 sampai dengan 5 tahun. Kemudian jangka panjang yang itu lebih dari 1 tahun. Nah, apabila terdapat praktik-praktik yang tidak baik yang dilakukan oleh nasabah, itu berpengaruh terhadap yang namanya kolektibilitas atau tingkat kesehatan nasabah. Ada call 1, 2, 3, dan 4. Nah, 2, 3, 4 itu mempengaruhi kinerja perbankan. Bahkan kalau di Indonesia, ada satu kebijakan ketika satu lembaga keuangan, tingkat kesehatannya, terutama nasabah yang tidak perform, itu lebih besar dari 5%, dikatakan lembaga keuangan itu tidak sehat. Nah, praktik-praktik yang semacam ini secara umum itu terjadi di eksternal perbankan, terutama nasabah. Nah, yang berikutnya adalah isu-isu mengenai kolek atau kalau bahasa Indonesianya itu penagihan oleh perbankan atau debt collection issue. Nah, kadang-kadang lembaga keuangan ini tidak sabar untuk melakukan collection, terutama untuk nasabah-nasabah yang bermasalah. Padahal sebenarnya ada 3, ya kan, yang bisa dilakukan untuk menyehatkan yang lebih dari 5% tadi. Yang pertama adalah bagaimana bank melakukan namanya rescheduling. Artinya apa? Nasabah yang bermasalah dikasih kesempatan untuk dilakukan namanya perpanjang waktu. Yang kedua yang namanya reconditioning. Nah, kondisinya yang diperbaiki, misal bunganya tadinya 10%, turunkan menjadi 6%. Nah, ini bisa meringankan angsuran dari perbankan, angsuran dari nasabah. Ingat, yang namanya angsuran itu terdiri dari cicilan pokok dan bunga. Diturunkan artinya sehingga memudahkan mereka untuk bayar angsuran. Yang ketiga adalah restructuring. Artinya restrukturisasi. Artinya di dalamnya bagaimana mungkin bank terhadap nasabah yang bermasalah itu diberikan tambahan pembiayaan terutama untuk modal kerja dan yang lain. Nah, ini isu-isu penting yang menjadi perhatian bagi kita semua adalah untuk mewaspadai ya kan kinerja perbankan baik secara internal maupun eksternal. Dampaknya apa ya kan? Ketika ya kan suatu masyarakat tidak mempercayai lagi satu lembaga keuangan. Yang terjadi adalah umumnya bagi nasabah yang menyimpan dananya di perbankan atau lembaga keuangan, dia akan melakukan penarikan secara besar-besaran uangnya yang ketika disimpan di lembaga keuangan atau perbankan. Nah, apa yang terjadi? Itulah yang terjadi namanya apa? Penarikan dana masyarakat secara tiba-tiba dalam jumlah besar. Siap nggak bagi lembaga keuangan? Saya sampaikan tidak. Kenapa? Tadi dana yang diterima dari masyarakat dalam bentuk simpanan yang 3 tadi disalurkan dalam bentuk kredit yang jangka waktunya panjang. Di sini terjadi yang namanya disparitas atau lag. Antara apa? Jangka waktu simpanan dengan jangka waktu kredit. Nggak mungkin perbankan tiba-tiba ketika ada masyarakat atau nasabah minta uangnya, minta ke nasabah yang itu adalah nasabah kredit. Nggak mungkin. Contoh, mana uang yang kemarin dipinjam? Segera pulangkan. Itu kecil kemungkinan terjadi. Nah, inilah pentingnya bagi kita, ya kan, bagaimana perbankan itu menciptakan suatu kondisi yang kondusif, ya kan, sehingga nasabah atau masyarakat itu percaya bagi mempercayai lembaga keuangan. Nah, bisnis lembaga keuangan adalah bisnis kepercayaan. Jadi kesimpulannya, bagaimana kita menjaga setiap anggota masyarakat itu mempercayai perbankan atau mempercayai lembaga keuangan sehingga mereka rela menempatkan dananya di lembaga keuangan dan perbankan. Ingat, ketika kita menempatkan dana kita di lembaga keuangan atau perbankan, itu tidak ada satu jaminan apapun bagi perbankan untuk kita. Sementara kalau kita minjam, kita diminta jaminan dan seterusnya. Tapi ketika kita menempatkan dana kita, nggak pernah kita itu minta ke bank itu memberikan jaminan dan seterusnya. Namun demikian, kalau di Indonesia, pemerintah memberikan jaminan kepada masyarakat agar dana yang ditempatkan di dalam perbankan itu dijamin dengan baik melalui LSP. Setidaknya ada 3 syarat. Jumlahnya yang pertama, jumlah yang disimpan tidak melebihi 2 miliar. Yang kedua, bunganya tidak melebihi suku bunga jaminan. Yang terakhir, si nasabah tidak masuk ke dalam kolektibilitas 2, 3, 4, dan 5. Nah, itu saja mungkin yang saya bisa sampaikan, tidak panjang. Tapi saya berharap segala sesuatu yang saya sampaikan ini dapat bermanfaat bagi kita dan terutama untuk audiens. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waktu dan tempat saya kembalikan ke Mas Dewi.
Thank you so much for Mr. Supriyanto for giving a speech. Now we're going to the next invited speakers. Miss Maya Sari from University Harapan Medan. Miss Maya Sari from University Harapan Medan, time and screen is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time. I asked for the
PowerPoint slide will be assisting by us.
Yes.
My name is.
Yes, thank you.
Miss,
Yes.
can you share yourself?
Yes, okay. Let me
Okay, thank you,
share my screen by myself.
Sorry, Miss, your voice is quite slow. Could you please to make it louder?
Yes, can you hear my voice?
All right, can Miss? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Miss.
Let me to share my slide now.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, is my screen can see well?
Recording in progress.
Ya, ngomong.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the time, and so sorry for the disruptions from my device. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Is my voice sounds well? Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, the honorable, all the committees and all the keynote speakers, all the invited speakers and all the participants today in International Conference on Advanced and Scientific Innovations. I'm Maya Sari from Universitas Harapan Medan. I teach in English Department, Faculty of Language and Communications. So now let me to present my paper today about science in urban anti-sexualism, harassment, graffiti, semiotic analysis. Okay, next slide. Yeah, this research focused mainly on the analysis of the visual and verbal signs and how the meaning of semiotic signs is realized in graffitis. This research is library research and use descriptive qualitative research methods to analyze the data. The data of this research is 10 urban anti-sexualism harassment graffitis and collected by downloading the image from the website page, Pinterest, and Google. So graffiti is a form of visual communications which mostly contain writing and drawings that have been made in the public surface and mainly at the walls. So the theory for visual signs used to analyze the data in the theory of semiotics triadic model proposed by Charles Sanders Peirce, and then to analyze the verbal signs using by the theory of Dyer. Here, the analysis revealed that visual signs mainly indicate character, movement in gravity and emotions. So the verbal signs support visual signs by highlighting some aspects in gravity to convey informations about how people should be more concerned about anti-sexual harassment issues that occurs in life. In addition, the analysis of this study also shows that meaningful events are created by the relationship between visuals and verbal signs contained in each graffiti. Okay, let's jump to the next slides, please. Yeah, what is graffiti? So here, graffiti is a form of visual communications which mostly contains writings and drawings that have been made in the public surface and mainly at the walls. So social spaces become a platform for people to express their frustrations and deep-rooted resentments. The world became their canvas and they begin mapping social symbols and through graffiti art on public spaces for the geo-specific audiences, with symbols ranging from individual to social perceptions. So graffiti here works as a form of visual communications, a room for dialogue with the world through visual art. So it can be a social, cultural, or political commentary that links the world to these art forms. Next, and then sexual harassment is a type of harassment involving the use of explicit or implicit sexual overtones, including the unwelcome and inappropriate promise of rewards in exchange for sexual favors. So here, sexual harassment includes a range of actions, from verbal transgressions to sexual abuse or assault. Harassment can occur in many different social settings, such as the workplace, the home, school, church, or etc. Harassment or victims may be of any sex or gender. In modern legal context, sexual harassment is illegal. Laws surrounding sexual harassment generally do not prohibit simple teasing of hands, comments, or minor isolated incidents that is due to the fact that they do not impose a general civility codes. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, he's Charles Sanders Peirce. Peirce is an American linguist and philosopher. He stated that semiotics is the science with the findings and theories and technique to study anything that produces of science. And then Peirce defined triangle theory of triangle meaning consisting of three elements that were sign, object, and then the interpretant. So for the sake of simplicity, the writer interprets the signs as the signifier. For example, a written words, an utterance, smoke, signs for fire. And the object, on the other hand, is best touch whatever is signified. For example, the object of to which the written or uttered word attached, or the fire signified by the smoke. And the interpretant, the most innovative and distinctive feature of Peirce's account. So it's best touch of us the understandings that we have of the signs or object relations. The next slide, please. Yeah, here's about the research methods in this research. Me and my friends as the researchers use the qualitative method to analyze the data in order to understand the semiology stage in the correlated anti-sexualism graffitis. So qualitative research methods provide more emphasis on interpretations and providing consumer with the complete views, looking at context and then the environmental immersions and the depth of understandings of concepts. So here, the researchers use the technique documentations to collect the data. And then these following steps are applied in collecting the data. The first is downloading the Pinterest and Google applications from application store via researchers' smartphones, and then log into the existing account of the writers, and then searching and observing the related data in the search tab using taglines such as sexualism, harassment art, street art, woman graffiti, urban graffiti, anti-harassment, or etc. So sorting and selecting the pictures of required data, and then download all the selected data to then be analyzed by relevant theory to get the conclusions. So meanwhile, in collecting the data, by using documenting methods, the writer obtained the documentations from supporting books in the internet article, and then thesis and international journal. So the next slide is about the results. Okay. The data were analyzed visual sign by using Peirce triadic model, which consists of a representation, object, and then interpretant. And for analyze verbal sign by using Dyer's theory. So here the researchers elaborated in detail the results of analysis about triadic signs, Peirce and Dyer theory of urban anti-sexualism harassment graffitis. So here, Peirce theory was used to dig the meaning of any signs in graffitis. The representation can be classified to quali sign, sin sign, and legi sign. So the objects divide into three classifications. They are icon, and then symbol, and the last is index. So the interpretant has rhyme, distance, and arguments. So here, the written language or the verbal in the graffiti have been analyzed by using Dyer theory, delivers the information of how should be more aware toward the sexualism harassment issues that occur in life. So from the pictures, the visual is analyzed by using Peirce triadic theory. The first is from pair of eyes. The object is pair of glaring eyes. The meaning of these pictures is a pair of glaring eyes, as if the woman was looking into the eyes of the abuser, trying to beg her to be released, and she is remembering an image, or even she will turn her eyes to the upper left. And the second is about the big hand. The object is a big red hand. The meaning of the object is a big red hand, like a man's hand. The big hand is right in the mouth of a woman, where the man is trying to cover the woman's mouth, so that she can just shut up and say nothing about he has done. And the third is veil. Okay, the object is a woman wear a veil wrapped around her head, and the meaning is the traditions of veiled woman in religion came into play in Hinduism, and then Christianity and Islam. So these various religions interpreted their own scriptures that a woman should be veiled to show respect and then reverence for their Lord. So in the Christian world, the veil is often used in prayer and when attending church. And for the Muslim religion, it is not only worn as a symbol of gesture, but it also part of the Islamic culture, and in some places required by law to this day. And then the last is raised eyebrows. The object is a pair of eyebrows raised in surprise, and the meaning is an expression of someone who's so serious. It also implies someone to disapprove or approve challenges. And in this context, it represents a woman's bravery against street harassment. And then the next slide is, here is about the reference. We take from the international journal and national journal, and then some references from the book. So here I conclude that the graffiti is one of the media to share the meaning of in social context. That was my presentations today. Thank you for the chance, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Miss, for the presenting. It will be closing by you, Miss. Yeah, thank you so much for the presenting. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going to our closing ceremonial. We know that our international conference are doing by presenting by 4 of the keynote speakers, and then 6 of the invited speakers, and also we're going to the parallel sessions. With the parallel sessions, there will be outlined 2 rooms. All right. Before we end up the conference, we will take a picture together with all the participants that join in this room. So for certain needs inside the Zoom room, could you please to turn on your camera together? Could you please to turn on your camera, certain needs, to make sure that everyone can be seen. We have 4 pages, so make sure that everyone is small. Okay. The first page. Give your best smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now we're going to the second page. Please giving a best smile. 1, 2, 3. All right. Now we're going to the third page. Please turn me to turn on your camera. 1, 2, 3. All right. We only have 3 pages now because some of the members are already going out for taking a lunch. Well, anyway, in Medano 107. All right, the parallel sessions will be open at 2 p.m. Now in Medan, we are in 1:07 p.m. So for all participants, you may take a break first, then after that, return back here for the main room at 2 p.m. Thank you, sir and miss. See you at 2 p.m.
far away. I've been waiting for a moment to stay.
Baik, Bapak Ibu semuanya yang masih bergabung di Zoom ini, demikian kami sampaikan acara ini dengan berakhir tadi di parallel session, berakhir juga acara ICASI yang keempat ini. Mohon maaf di atas nama panitia, mohon maaf segala kesalahan dan kekurangan di atas nama panitia, sekali lagi kami mohon maaf. Dan kepada presenter, agar segera mengirimkan full papernya ke panitia. Demikian kami akhiri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampai ketemu di ICASI kelima. Bye-bye. Izin kami tutup